Chapter 2492. Gradually, the two of them began to walk to the sides of the passage. They did not explain anything. Lin Xian and the others did not mind. After taking a few turns, Jingyun and the middle-aged man suddenly slammed their palms on the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient wall rumbled and was filled with cracks. It was like glass that would shatter at any moment. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Seeing this, the people from the Yin-Yang sect roared. The other people's expressions changed as well. "How dare you play tricks in front of me?" Joshua Seiko and the big black bull also roared. However, before they could attack, they were shocked. This was because countless cracks had appeared on the walls on both sides. Black fog was coming out of the cracks. The fog was very fast and seemed to be endless. It gushed out from the cracks and covered the entire passage in an instant. Despicable outsiders. How dare you want the treasures of the White Cloud clan? Now, die. A sinister laugh came from the front. It made one scalp tingle. "You're courting death." The people from the Yin-Yang sect and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared. The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground charged forward. Whoosh! A sharp saber light flashed and cut through the void. However, it was blocked by the black fog. The two martial artists from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were sent flying. On the other side, the people from the Yin-Yang sect were also blocked. They looked at the black fog in front of them in shock. This was because there were rumbling sounds coming from the black fog. Hideous heads and faces appeared from the black fog. There were even claws, scales, and tails. Demonic beasts. Seeing this, the surrounding people frowned. However, the people from the Fey Imperial Palace sneered. They all had the bloodline of the mutated beasts. They were the least afraid of demonic beasts. Scram! The big black bull roared. His voice was like thunder, roaring in all directions. His voice contained the power of his bloodline. Ordinary Fey kings would have knelt on the ground when they felt the power of his bloodline. However, this time around, his bloodline power had lost its effect. The monsters in the black fog were not affected at all. Instead, they let out roars and charged over. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Miserable screams rang out as many of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground, Illusion Destroyer Palace, and Yin-Yang sect cultivators were bitten, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. Blood dyed the ground red as they frantically retreated. Damn it! One attack after another slashed at the black fog and the monsters. However, the black fog was the same as the white clouds. It dispersed with a single slash, and after it dispersed, it could fuse back together again. It could be said that ordinary swords and sabers could not hurt them at all. Instead, more and more black fog came out of the crack. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Why can't I kill him? The people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Yin-Yang sect were terrified. They kept on retreating while casting out defensive lights. Bang, 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 bang. These monsters crashed into the defensive barrier, making earth-shattering noises. The light defense was very strong, but as more and more monsters appeared, the disciples were gradually unable to hold on. "Get lost!" At this moment, Joshua Seiko roared. The immortal palace in his body rushed out and floated in the sky, casting down a curved light that enveloped the people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground. On the Yin-Yang sect side, they worked together to cast out Yin-Yang Qi. A Yin-Yang diagram floated above their heads, blocking all the attacks. The people of Illusion Destroyer Palace cast out a picture scroll that wrapped them in all directions, temporarily blocking the black fog. Big Black Bull and the others' demonic aura soared into the sky as they fought against the black fog. No flower chanted Amitabha, and the Buddhist light flashed. It had a natural restraining effect on these monsters. The monsters retreated like the tide. They did not attack No Flower. Instead, they all turned their attention to Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian's dragon sword territory appeared and blocked these monsters. At the same time, he waved his hand. The dragon sword territory emitted sword chi and slashed forward. Seeing this, the people of Nine Heavens' holy ground and Yin Yang sect sneered. It was useless. The attacks could not hurt them at all. But when they heard this, they were stunned, because the black monsters that were slashed by the sword chi were screaming in pain. They seemed to be in a miserable state. What? How is this possible? How can his sword chi hurt them? These people were stunned. They also cast out sword chi and saber chi, but it was useless. Damn it, what kind of swordsmanship is this kid using? Jiu Seiko and Big Black Bull also frowned. They had always felt that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was very strange. It seemed to be much more powerful than ordinary sword chi. That attack power made them feel apprehensive. Who would have thought that it would actually have a restraining effect on the black monster? Brother No Flower, let's go. After killing those monsters, Lin Xian said to No Flower with a smile. No Flower nodded. The Buddhist light on his body shone brightly. The two of them strode forward. Wherever they passed, the black monsters retreated like floodwaters. They did not dare to approach at all. Hurry up and follow. When they saw this scene, Jiu Seiko, Big Black Bull, Yin Yang sect, and Illusion Palace all rushed forward, wanting to hitch a ride. But as soon as they moved, the black monsters in the sky rushed over, and the black fog surrounded them. Fierce collisions and angry roars were heard. Damn it, get lost! These people had gone crazy, especially Jiu Seiko and Big Black Bull. They even used their ultimate skills to kill because they were afraid that Lin Xian and No Flower would take away the treasures. Hearing the screams behind them, Lin Xian and No Flower smiled. It seemed that the black fog could stop the people behind for a while. In that case, they would not hold back. The two of them could not help but speed up. No Flower's Buddhist light shone brightly, blocking all the black fog. Lin Xian's sword chi was like a dragon. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, and any black monsters that dared to approach were directly killed. Buzz, after flying for a while, two figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing the two of them, Lin Xian snorted coldly. No Flower also frowned, because the two of them were the middle-aged man and Jinyan who brought them in. When the two of them saw Lin Xian and No Flower, their faces were full of shock. Damn it, impossible! How did you escape the zombie beast's pursuit? They were too surprised because they did not expect the two of them to pass through the black fog so easily. Lin Xian said coldly, "There is indeed something wrong with the two of you." He struck out two water swords which shrouded the two of them. The sea surged and turned into two cages, trapping the two of them. Whoosh! Lin Xian and No Flower strode forward. This time, they would not hold back. They would interrogate the two of them properly. Chapter 2493. Two ocean cages surrounded them, and the surrounding seawater surged. Jingyun and the middle-aged man could not escape at all. However, they were not afraid. Instead, they laughed coldly. He. Ha! Foolish outsiders. Do you really think that you can defeat us? Their lips curled into a demonic smile. Seeing this, Lin Xian and No Flower stopped and frowned. What was going on? Why were their expressions so strange? Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The two ocean cages were torn apart, and two large black hands emerged from the cracks in the walls. In an instant, they tore apart the water swords. Foolish outsiders. You still want our treasures? Now, go die obediently for me. The two of them shouted coldly. The black fog that filled the sky shrouded Jingyun and the middle-aged man. Buzz, in the black fog, a pair of eyes opened with a demonic light. Two human-shaped black fog appeared in front of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Kill. Among them, The human-shaped black fog formed by Jingyun charged toward Lin Xian, while the middle-aged man charged toward No Flower. Humph! No Flower snorted coldly, and the Buddhist light on his body became even brighter. There were even runes flashing around him. They turned into mysterious runes, one after another, and blasted forward. Bang! The middle-aged man roared, but he was not as terrified as the black demons before. He could resist. This scene surprised No Flower even more. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword Qi, and streaks of sword light slashed toward the black fog in front of him. Before he got close, Jingyun screamed. There were a few more sword scars on his body, but soon the fog on his body enveloped the sword scars. Jingyun charged over again. Jingyun's strength was not strong, and he even used his ultimate move, the Seven Evils Blood Cloud, but he was still easily suppressed by Zhou Seiko. But now he was wrapped in the black fog. After turning into a human-shaped fog, his strength soared. His current strength was probably no weaker than the saints. Furthermore, it was extremely strange. It could even transform into mist and evade powerful attacks. It could be said that it was even more difficult to deal with than the saint. If an ordinary saint were to encounter such a situation, they would definitely have a headache. However, Lin Xian was still fine. His great dragon sword spirit could destroy everything, so even if the other party could turn into mist, he would not be able to dodge his attack. Streaks of sword Qi tore through the void and transformed into a sky full of sword radiance that enveloped Jingyun. Jingyun's body turned into mist and dodged in all directions. However, the places that were swept by the sword Qi still emitted white smoke and miserable screams. Therefore, after the attack, the figure of Taoist Jingyun shrunk. Roar! Kill! This completely infuriated him. With a furious roar, the black gas that filled the skies surged. 9 black holes appeared beside him, blocking the sword light that filled the sky. At the same time, he attacked again. The great battle between the two shook the heavens and earth, their momentum terrifying. On the other side, the battle between No Flower and the middle-aged man was also very intense. No Flower had a great Buddhist mystique and a mysterious bloodline. Therefore, the suppression of such dark things was very strong. For a moment, the middle-aged man was suppressed. Amitabha, 9 Buddhist runes appeared in the sky, spinning nonstop and emitting golden light. They were like 9 suns that blasted forward. The middle-aged man kept retreating. On the other side, Jingyun was also sent flying by Lin Xian again. The two of them retreated into the distance, roaring nonstop like crazy beasts. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It turned out that the people from the 9 heavens, holy ground, and demon imperial palace who were trapped by the black fog had rushed over. Although the black fog was strange, it was still top powerhouses like Zhou Seiko and the Big Black Bull. Moreover, these martial artists from the holy ground were not weak. They worked together and forced the fog to retreat. However, they were also heavily injured. Other than Zhou Seiko and the Big Black Bull, the others were more or less injured. When they saw that Lin Xian and No Flower were blocked and did not advance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Great! It seemed that they had not gotten the treasure yet. However, when they saw the 2 human-shaped fog, they frowned. What were these things? Naturally, they were able to sense the terrifying auras emitted by the human-shaped fog. Damn it, this place was too strange. There were even human-shaped monsters here. Charge! Zhou Seiko snorted. The Big Black Bull also led the people from Demon Imperial Palace to attack. None of them paid any attention to Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Instead, they charged straight ahead. In front, Jingyun and the middle-aged man roared. The fog around them floated, forming a black light that filled the sky. Puff, puff, puff. Zhou Seiko and the Big Black Bull were blocked. This scene made all the surrounding martial artists scream. The other party had the combat strength of a physical body. Their eyes were about to pop out. Joshua Seiko and the big black bull's faces were gloomy. They finally knew why Lin Xian and No Flower had not broken through and left. Damned outsider. Go to hell for me. Jing Yun and the middle-aged man did not attack again. They formed a seal with their palms, and the red light in their eyes became more and more intense. Boom. Their bodies suddenly exploded, forming a boundless black fog. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls again. The black fog filled the sky, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the others. This time, it was even stranger. This was not just a black fog, but an array formation. Have a taste of the corpse soul array. A cold voice sounded. The array formation was activated, and a terrifying energy attack attacked everyone. Scram. Angry roars could be heard, and the energy explosion was earth-shattering. This array formation was too profound. Although they were still in the passageway, they felt as though they were in another world within the array formation. No matter where they went or how they broke through, they could not leave. They even felt that the vitality in their bodies was being stripped away bit by bit. No Flower's body shone with Buddhist light, scaring away all the black fog, creating a vacuum around him. As he walked, the black fog around him dispersed like the tide, but it was useless. He could not recognize the direction at all. He could only walk in the array formation, but could not break through it. Seeing this, Lin Xian said, "Brother No Flower, let's work together. You disperse the black fog. I'll break the array formation and find a way out." Buzz. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and mysterious runes flashed. Whoosh. In the void above them, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Although it was faint and hazy, everyone could clearly feel that a god was looking down on them. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, the black fog trembled violently and almost dissipated. The martial artists also felt a chill in their hearts, and they felt a chill in their hearts. What was going on? Why did they feel like they were being watched? The big black bull and Joshua Seiko also frowned. Their eyes were like rainbows as they looked around. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they saw the illusory golden eyes above them. It was cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a god. What was that? Whose divine power was it? Or was it originally the same as the black fog? Chapter 2494. They did not know, but the immortal palace above Joshua Seiko's head shone even brighter. Mysterious demonic runes appeared on the big black bull's body. Facing the unknown golden eyes, they did not dare to be careless. The golden eyes were naturally formed by Lin Xian. The phantom of the heavenly secret god eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the area below. After a while, Lin Xian smiled. "Found it. Brother No Flower, let's go." Lin Xian began to point out the way, while No Flower was responsible for dispelling the black fog. Finally, the two of them left the corpse soul array. The two of them left. Follow them. Behind them, the voices of Joshua Seiko and the others could be heard. They were anxious and joyful. Joshua Seiko and the big black bull took the lead and followed the path that Lin Xian and No Flower left. Just as they were about to come out, Lin Xian and Wu Hua, who were in front of them, stopped and turned around. "Humph! Go back!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword territory turned into an azure dragon and charged forward. No Flower also sent out a few rays of Buddhist light, forming a golden Buddha palm. Bang! Bang! Facing the two shocking attacks, the big black bull and Joshua Seiko blocked them with all their might. After the two attacks, Joshua Seiko and the big black bull were forced back. In that split second, the black fog enveloped them again. The original path disappeared. "Damn it! Ah, damn it!" Jiu Seiko's crazy roar came from within the black fog. Despicable human, don't let us catch you, or I'll kill you. The big black bull roared crazily. Jiu Seiko's murderous aura surged. Lin Xian, no flower, I'll remember the two of you. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill both of you. Frenzied roars rang out, but Lin Xian and No Flower only sneered. They wouldn't care about such a threat. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Their figures flickered as they walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more black fog, nor were they attacked by any formations. However, he did not encounter any treasures either. The cold aura around them became heavier and heavier, as if the two of them had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the end, both of them frowned. What kind of place was this? Was there any treasure? Fortunately, after walking for another half an incense stick's worth of time, something else finally appeared in front of them. There was also an ancient altar in front of him, similar to the one outside. It was just that the scale was a little smaller. A cauldron was placed on top of the ancient altar. It was a bronze cauldron with countless runes engraved on it. Seeing this bronze cauldron, Lin Xian and No Flower stopped again. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other. To be honest, the previous two dangers were all caused by this bronze cauldron, including this time when they entered the mysterious space. They didn't expect to encounter a bronze cauldron here. Could it be that the treasure mentioned by the White Cloud clan was this bronze cauldron? To be honest, they didn't really want to touch this bronze cauldron. Because of the previous two times, they felt that it was too strange. However, they were still very curious. They also wanted to know what was inside this bronze cauldron. Was there really a treasure inside? Brother Lin, I'll use the Buddha's light to suppress it first. With that, No Flower formed a seal. 9 Buddha's runes appeared in the void and floated forward, revolving around the bronze cauldron. Lin Xian's soul rushed forward and probed it. At the same time, No Flower also used his soul power. Both of their soul power probed into the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, as soon as they entered, their expressions changed, and they immediately withdrew their soul power. This was because an extremely sharp sound came from the bronze cauldron. It sounded like a woman's voice, extremely shrill and miserable. This scream almost caused Lin Xian's and No Flower's souls to shatter. Lin Xian's face was pale as he withdrew his soul power. On the other side, No Flower's expression was solemn. What was inside? Fortunately, they were unable to use the 9 Buddhist runes to suppress it. Otherwise, their souls would have been severely injured when that sharp sound was emitted. Let's see what kind of monster is inside. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He opened his heavenly secret god eyes and formed a seal. A pair of hazy golden eyes appeared above him. He didn't use it before because it consumed a lot of soul power. He didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. However, he couldn't care less now. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the void, looking down like the eyes of a god. Finally, Lin Xian saw what was inside the bronze cauldron. However, he was stunned. Then the golden eyes in the sky disappeared. What did Brother Lin see? No Flower was also puzzled. There were 2 small cauldrons inside the bronze cauldron. They were sealed and couldn't be seen clearly. However, they should be the treasures that the White Cloud tribe mentioned. There are 2 small cauldrons, one for each of us. However, what was that shrill sound? No Flower was even more puzzled. Lin Xian arrived. It was a human face. To be precise, it was a human face carved with runes. It wrapped around the 2 small cauldrons under the bronze cauldron. If we want to take the small cauldrons inside, we have to deal with that shrill sound. Brother Lin, what do you think? Lin Xian said in a low voice. There wasn't much time. Jiu Seiko and the big black bull would definitely be able to break through the array. Therefore, we have to end this quickly. I can resist the shrill sound, but even if I can fight it, I can't protect my soul from the impact. When the time comes, it might be a lose-lose situation. Hearing this, No Flower smiled. Brother Lin, don't worry. I have a Dharma treasure to protect the soul. As he said that, he flipped his palm and took out a Buddhist bead. The Buddhist bead was crystal clear and about the size of an apple. It shone with Buddhist light and was covered with Buddhist runes. This is a soul-anchoring pearl. It can protect our souls. A soul-anchoring pearl. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect No Flower to have such a good item. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know much about the Western Desert. If the elders of the other sacred grounds were here, they would definitely scream when they heard the word soul-anchoring pearl, because it was an important treasure of Lanhua Temple. With it, they wouldn't be affected by the soul. Moreover, it was rumored that even if a dead person was enveloped by the soul-anchoring pearl, their 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls would be frozen. There might even be a chance of resurrection. There were many rumors about the soul-anchoring pearl. All right, let's do that. We'll work together. Lin Xian nodded. No Flower waved his hand, and the soul-anchoring pearl floated in the sky. Countless Buddhist lights scattered and enveloped the 2 of them. Lin Xian felt the golden light and was surprised. Indeed, he felt a mysterious force protecting his soul. This way, he didn't have to worry about anything. The next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. A dragon soul rushed out of his body and appeared in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. Chapter 2495. That sharp voice sounded. It was as if sharp sword divine, light pierced through the void. No Flower's 9 runes instantly collapsed. Fortunately, the soul-anchoring pearl blocked all the soul attacks. Roar. The great dragon sword soul roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. It resisted the strange cry of the human face. Countless cracks appeared in the void and spread to the surroundings. Behind them, inside the corpse soul array, Zhu Seiko and the big black bull's eyelids twitched when they heard the dragon's roar. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces turned pale. What's that sound? Oh no, damn it, they're making a move. There must be treasures ahead. That should be their trump card. Zhu Seiko roared. He could not care less about holding back. He had to break through the array. Buzz. Zhu Seiko shouted coldly and quickly formed a hand seal. The door of the heavenly palace above his head suddenly opened. An array of light flew out from inside. It was like an immortal light that cut through the void. A large crack appeared in the black fog array in front of them. On the black yak's side, it let out a roar. Its body suddenly grew, and a ferocious-looking bull demon king appeared in the void. The bull horns tore the array apart. Let's go! The big black bull charged forward and led the people from the Demon Lord Palace away. Zhu Seiko also used the Heavenly Palace to open a path. The group finally broke through the array. They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed forward. In front of them, the great dragon sword soul fought against the demonic human face. Gradually, the great dragon sword soul suppressed the demonic human face. Whoosh! The great dragon sword soul swung its tail and brought out 2 small bronze cauldrons. Great! Lin Xian and No Flower waved their hands, and each grabbed a small bronze cauldron. The 2 small bronze cauldrons were very simple and unadorned. They were also engraved with runes and were the size of a human head. They were heavy, and no one knew what was inside. Zhu Seiko, the big black bull, and the people from the Yin-Yang sect saw this scene. Their eyes immediately turned red. Damn it, put down the treasure! Zhu Seiko roared, and the big black bull's expression was ferocious. The 2 of them were the fastest, and in an instant they had arrived nearby. Humph! Lin Xian waved his great dragon sword spirit, and threw out the bronze cauldron in front of him. Once the bronze cauldron was thrown out, he immediately retrieved the great dragon sword soul. The soul fixation pearls above their heads shone brightly, enveloping the two of them. Ah! A sharp voice came from the bronze cauldron and spread in all directions. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Jiuxiao Seiko and the big black bull were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The two of them retreated backwards, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. The Holy Land martial artists behind them also paled, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. This was a soul attack. They were terrified. They didn't expect that the bronze cauldron would have such a strong killing intent. This scene was within the expectations of Lin Xian and No Flower. Other than the soul-anchoring pearl, there were very few things that could block it. Go to hell. Jiuxiao Seiko went crazy. How could he endure such a loss? Swish! The immortal palace above his head opened again, and another divine light swept down. This divine light was even stronger than the previous one. What was this? Feeling this light, Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. No Flower's expression was solemn. They felt a threat to their lives. This should be Jiuxiao Seiko's trump card. Trump card? Lin Xian frowned. Jiuxiao Seiko actually had such a terrifying trump card. It seemed like he couldn't underestimate any saint or saintess. Clang! A divine light crashed into the bronze cauldron in front of them, producing an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding void instantly shattered. 3 cracks appeared on the bronze cauldron. So strong! Lin Xian and No Flower were shocked. At this time, the big black bull also roared. He pulled out the 2 horns on his head and threw them out. Like 2 heavenly blades, they crashed into the bronze cauldron again. Clang! Clang! Bang! Boom! Another 2 earth-shattering collisions. The Sacred Land martial artists behind them screamed crazily. It couldn't be helped. The sound was too terrifying. Even the big black bull and Jiuxiao Seiko turned pale and vomited blood again. The only ones who were unharmed were No Flower and Lin Xian. The 2 of them were enveloped by the soul-anchoring pearl, blocking this earth-shattering killing intent. The collision of the 2 horns caused more cracks to appear on the bronze cauldron. The human face inside was also torn apart. With a boom, the bronze cauldron cracked open, and a black hole quickly formed. Great, it finally broke open. Behind them, the Sacred Land martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. But at this time, they felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't just them. Jiuxiao Seiko, Big Black Bull Lin Xian, and No Flower all felt the same. At the place where the bronze cauldron exploded, a black vortex appeared. It grew bigger and bigger and finally enveloped everyone. The world spun. It was as if thousands of years had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Finally, Lin Xian and the others regained consciousness. Buzz! The dragon sword territory enveloped them, and the great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. Beside him, No Flower, Jiuxiao Seiko, Big Black Bull, and the other Sacred Land martial artists all woke up. They realized that they were back. They were still in the same secret chamber. The 8 trigrams formation under their feet had been broken, and in front of them was the bronze cauldron with a headless corpse. We're back. We're finally out. The 9 heavens sacred ground and Yin-Yang sect people were crying tears of joy. They felt like they had survived a disaster. Jiuxiao Seiko and Big Black Bull stared coldly at Lin Xian and No Flower, because the 2 of them were still holding the 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. What had happened just now? Was it an illusion, or did they really enter a strange space? Lin Xian didn't know. They were not injured at all. Even the injured 9 heavens sacred ground people were not injured. This made Lin Xian suspect that it was an illusion. But he and No Flower clearly had 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. If it was really an illusion, how could they bring things out of the illusion? Therefore, Lin Xian was very suspicious now. But the two of them couldn't care less. There were too many strange things, and they couldn't understand it at all. Whoosh. He and No Flower put away the bronze cauldrons. Damn it, hand over the treasures. Jiuxiao Seiko and Big Black Bull couldn't take it anymore. There must be a shocking treasure in such a terrifying bronze cauldron. And there were two cauldrons. The two of them each had won. Jiuxiao Seiko charged at Lin Xian, while the Big Black Bull charged at No Flower. In an instant, the battle between the four great sage children broke out. Damned brat, stay here. Jiuxiao Seiko charged, the immortal palace floating above his head. But this time, he didn't shoot out the immortal light. That must be his trump card, and he wouldn't use it so easily. There must be some kind of restriction. Lin Xian didn't care if he didn't use his trump card. The two of them fought fiercely. On the other side, the Big Black Bull and No Flower were doing the same. Boom. Chapter 2496. In front of them, the bronze cauldron in the center of the 8 trigrams formation trembled. A wave of energy was transmitted out. Feeling this energy, the surrounding warriors felt their scalps go numb. The warriors from the sacred lands retreated, not daring to go forward. Even Jiuxiao Seiko, Big Black Bull, Lin Xian, and the others stopped attacking. They looked at the bronze cauldron in bewilderment. Damn it, there wouldn't be another change. Would there? They felt their hair stand on end. They were not willing to enter some mysterious space again. Therefore, everyone quietly retreated. Crack. Another trembling sound was heard. Lin Xian, No Flower, and the others discovered that the headless corpse in the bronze cauldron moved. No way. How many years ago was this person? And his head was chopped off. How could he be resurrected after being dead for so long? They did not dare to imagine. This was the corpse of an invincible king. Once it was resurrected, who knew how terrifying it would be? No Flower's expression changed. He pointed forward and said in a panic, "Not good. Retreat quickly." What's wrong? Could it really be a corpse mutation? Lin Xian frowned. He and No Flower retreated to the back. No Flower's face was pale. No, there was something under the headless corpse. What? There was something else. Lin Xian was stunned. Jiuxiao Seiko and Big Black Bull's eyelids were also twitching. They thought that the invincible king's corpse was about to mutate, but they did not expect that to be the case. What was the thing under the corpse? Could it be more terrifying than an invincible king? They did not dare to think about it anymore. No Flower's face was pale. He did not retreat anymore. Instead, he stood there with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. His body shone with Buddhist light as he formed a strange seal. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This was the same action that had shocked the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. They hoped that this time they could successfully intimidate this unknown thing. Sure enough, once the Dharma idol appeared, the trembling in the bronze cauldron stopped. Boom. However, something even more unexpected happened. They discovered that the 8 trigrams formation beneath their feet had suddenly cracked open, and a large black hole had appeared, swallowing them up once again. Rays of light lit up as Lin Xian and the others activated their king's domains. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that they did not enter the strange space this time. Instead, they were once again in the passage. It seemed that they should leave. No Flower bro, let's split up. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the distance. There were many forks in the path ahead. He and No Flower each chose a path to enter. You want to leave? Not so easy. Jiuxiao Seiko charged over once again. The Big Black Bull was also filled with murderous intent as it chased after No Flower. The 4 of them moved very quickly and left the remaining Holy Land cultivators in the dust. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light flashed through the dark tunnel. They were Lin Xian and Zhou Xiaoseiko. The two of them, one at the front and one at the back, kept chasing each other. Lightning flashed, and Lin Xian's figure appeared in a hall. This hall was very spacious. He looked around and saw that there was no danger. Lin Xian stopped. He stood in the air above the hall and looked behind him. That damned Zhou Xiaoseiko. How dare he chase after me? It's time to deal with him. Break. Zhou Xiaoseiko also came into the hall. Seeing that the other party did not run away, he revealed a sinister smile. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life. If you want the treasure, use your strength to speak. Boom. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. Countless icy auras circled around his palm. It was like a world of ice and snow that mercilessly pressed down. Crack, crack, countless frost, wind, and snow appeared in the space of the hall, wanting to freeze everything. Zhou Xiaoseiko was the first to bear the brunt. Thick layers of ice formed under his feet and on his body. Scram! With a cold snort, endless energy exploded from his body and shattered all the ice and snow. The heavenly palace appeared above his head and froze the space around him. You want to stop me with this little bit of ice? You must be dreaming. Zhou Xiaoseiko sneered. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He formed a seal with his palm, and ice swords appeared in the ice. Bang, 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 bang. They pierced through the sky and destroyed everything. Zhou Xiaoseiko's defensive barrier was instantly pierced through. Damn it! Zhou Xiaoseiko's expression changed. He felt a peerless killing intent. Bang! He punched out and shattered all the ice arrows. But at this moment, the ground beneath his feet trembled and the void cracked. An ice dragon broke out of the ground and circled around him, binding him tightly. The terrifying cold air and icy killing intent spread and corroded his body. If not for the heavenly palace, he would have frozen to death by now. But even so, he and the entire heavenly palace were frozen together. The 9 heavens' divine fire turned into heaven and earth. Flames began to spread from Zhou Xiaoseiko's body and burned fiercely, melting the surrounding ice. At the same time, the divine fire formed a fire qilin and fought with the ice dragon in the air. Swoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the surrounding ice turned into ice phoenixes, ice snakes, ice tigers, and all kinds of strange beasts that charged forward. Boom! Boom! There was an intense collision. The divine fire around Zhou Xiaoseiko was terrifying. It burned fiercely and blocked everything. Buzz! He activated the heavenly palace and charged forward, shattering all the ice and arriving in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. He pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and used the 5 killer moves of the Wanton Heaven Destroyer sword. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 killer moves all landed on Zhou Xiaoseiko, forcing Zhou Xiaoseiko to retreat continuously. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his face was pale. The flames on his body were extinguished. Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Even an unparalleled, mighty figure would probably be torn apart by his killer moves. However, his opponent only spat out mouthfuls of blood and did not tear apart. His opponent's physique was strong beyond his expectations. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Xiaoseiko was mad with anger. The energy in his body continued to erupt, and the heavenly palace above his head shone with a mysterious light. A terrifying aura surged from the heavenly palace. Sensing the change in the aura, Lin Xian frowned. He had seen a beam of immortal light from the heavenly palace before, and it was enough to threaten his life. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Whoosh! The dragon sword realm above his head turned into an azure dragon. The realm released tens of thousands of sword lights, cutting off everything and destroying the void. The 2 divine powers collided in the air, and the sound spread far and wide. Whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, more than a dozen figures flew toward them. They had just entered when they were blasted back. The energy shockwaves inside were not something they could withstand. These people only watched from the entrance, and their faces were full of shock. That was Joshua Seiko, right? He was actually fighting with someone. It was him, Lin Xian, the master of the Immortal Palace. Why were the two of them fighting? This was normal. The two of them had always been at odds with each other. The surrounding people were discussing. Lin Xian's sword energy was so terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could release such sharp sword energy. Chapter 2497. It was too terrifying, many people exclaimed, but the older generation experts were even more shocked. The Immortal Palace was the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's ultimate technique. It was rumored that the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's ultimate technique could create a 9-layered Immortal Palace. What level was Joshua Seiko using now? At this moment, the Immortal Palace above Joshua Seiko's head shone brightly. The energy was like a vast ocean gushing forward. Judging by its power, it should be the 3-layered Immortal Palace. Some experts exclaimed. 3-layered Immortal Palace? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Holding the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his hand, he unlocked the 2 seals on the ancient sword and fought back. Thousands of rays of light shone, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The void in front of him shattered, and everything exploded. He blocked it. He actually blocked the 3-layered Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace's palace master was too terrifying. How could his sword chi be so strong? The martial artists in the passageway exclaimed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Damn brat. I don't believe that you can block my second attack. Joshua Seiko gritted his teeth and roared. He activated the Immortal Palace above his head again. At the same time, 9 palm shadows appeared in the sky, surrounding the Immortal Palace. 9 heavens divine palm. 9 resplendent palms floated in the sky and fell mercilessly, directly shattering the void. The surrounding people trembled. They could feel a shocking killing intent coming from the palm shadows. 9 heavens divine palm, another ultimate technique of the 9 heavens holy ground. Together with the Immortal Palace's attack, its power was heaven-defying. It seemed that Joshua Seiko was really angry. At this moment, Joshua Seiko fell from the sky like a god of death. Lin Xian struck out with the 5-element sword, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sword chi of the 5 elements swept across the sky. These sword chi also caused the surrounding experts' faces to change. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 heavens divine palm was incomparably terrifying. It fell from the sky like a divine palm that could destroy the world. Lin Xian waved his ancient sword and struck out with the 5-element sword to contend with it. Sword chi and divine light danced, and a terrifying killing intent swept across the land. The two of them exchanged 10 moves, and the 9 shocking strikes of the 9 heavens divine palm were actually completely blocked. Not only that, the other party didn't seem to have received any damage. This time, it was too inconceivable. This was a world-shaking divine ability, the 9 firmaments divine palm, and it was actually shattered by 9 swords. No one dared to believe it. Joshua Seiko's expression was cold. He realized that ordinary attacks were useless. Even if he used his ultimate technique, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Damn it, looks like I can only use my trump card. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Ordinary attacks and divine abilities can't hurt you at all. However, do you think that's all I have? I will let you experience my true strength. At this point, Joshua Seiko's eyes lit up. His hands quickly formed seals, and his body emitted a powerful aura. The Immortal Palace above his head became even more dazzling. Crack! A low voice rang out as a door slowly opened in one of the celestial palaces. What? The door of the immortal palace can be opened? What was going on? The experts in the surrounding passageways were stunned when they saw this scene. They had never heard of this before. It seemed that this should be Jiu Seiko's trump card. However, they didn't know what was in the immortal palace. Was it going to appear? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen the immortal light in the immortal palace before. It could be said that it was unusually fierce, and it made him feel like his life was in danger. Therefore, when he saw the door of the immortal palace open, he didn't dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body circled and turned into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. Swoosh! A ray of immortal light cut through time and space, flew out of the immortal palace's door, and charged forward. This ray of light was too fast and too dazzling. Before the surrounding people could react, there was a boom in front of them. Then Lin Xian was sent flying. Heavens, what happened? What was that ray of light? Was it from the immortal palace? That kid was repelled, and blood was flowing out. He was probably seriously injured. Could it be that he was killed in a single move? It was possible. The immortal light that flew out of the immortal palace was definitely a killer move. Even a saint would be killed if he was careless. How dare you fight with me? Now you know how powerful I am. You don't know what death is. Seeing that Lin Xian was sent flying while vomiting blood, Jiu Seiko revealed a cruel smile. He strode forward, and the immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. At this moment, he was like an immortal king standing in front of Lin Xian and looking down at him from above. Now, go to hell for me. Jiu Seiko raised his hand. An endless power surged. However, at this moment, Lin Xian, who had been lying motionless on the ground, raised his head. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Not good. Seeing the other party's smile, Jiu Seiko's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had been tricked. A sense of danger welled up in his heart, and Jiu Seiko's figure retreated rapidly. Buzz. However, he was still too late. This was a trap that Lin Xian had carefully set up. How could he let the other party escape? He swung his sword, and a piercing sword light flashed. The ancient dragon abyss sword transformed into a giant dragon and slashed out. Buffed! Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red, and an arm flew off. Jiu Seiko screamed. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone mad. Ah, my arm! What? Everyone in the passageway was stunned. What happened? Jiu Seiko was injured, and one of his arms was chopped off. What was going on? The situation changed too quickly, and they were completely stunned. In front, Lin Xian slowly stood up. The great dragon sword soul flickered on his body, and there was a ray of immortal light in the dragon's head. It was the fatal blow that Jiu Seiko had delivered. However, the great dragon sword soul had caught it. Therefore, Lin Xian did not suffer much damage. The blood was also deliberately caused by him. His goal was to bait Jiu Seiko and make him lower his guard. That way, he would be able to succeed. As expected, he chopped off one of his opponent's arms. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. Jiu Seiko roared crazily. He grabbed the severed arm with his palm and reattached it. His body shone brightly, and the severed arm was once again intact. However, Jiu Seiko's face was extremely ferocious. He really could not understand how the other party managed to block his immortal light. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party's immortal light was powerful, he was too naive to think that he could kill him with that. You forced me to do this, brat. No matter what price I have to pay, I want you dead today. Jiu Seiko's voice was cold, and a terrifying, murderous aura surrounded him. The surrounding experts in the passageway were so frightened that they trembled. Heavens, could it be that Jiu Seiko still had a trump card? That was for sure. After all, he was the holy son of the nine heavens' holy ground. He must have many trump cards in his hands. The immortal light was probably not his only trump card. That's right. Everyone guessed correctly. Jiu Seiko did have a trump card. Chapter 2498. Jiu Seiko's expression was cold as the immortal palace floated above his head. This time, the door of the immortal palace opened again, and an even more terrifying, murderous intent spread out. Is that immortal light again? The surrounding experts were shocked. Someone said that it might be two immortal lights. That would be more than double the power. I wonder if that kid can withstand it? Two immortal lights? Lin Xian sneered. He had already caught one, so the immortal light was no threat to him. If I can catch it once, I can catch it a second time. He was not afraid even if there were two immortal lights. Humph, kid, you'll regret it. Jiu Seiko sneered. The immortal palace above his head became more and more resplendent. Whoosh! A figure walked out of the immortal palace. What? A figure? There's actually someone living in the immortal palace? The surrounding experts were stunned. No, it shouldn't be a real person. It should be condensed from energy. That's too terrifying. I thought an immortal had appeared. Immortals are only legends. No one knows if immortals exist in this world. However, the person who walked out of the immortal palace is definitely heaven-defying. I guess that kid might not be able to withstand it. Everyone was discussing intensely. Lin Xian was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect that it would be a human figure who walked out this time. His face darkened, and his expression was incomparably solemn. That was because the intense murderous intent brought by this figure was even more terrifying than the immortal light from before. What is this figure? Lin Xian did not know, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, Jiu Seiko actually has such a powerful trump card. Kid, how is it? Are you trembling? Ha 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 ha. This is what you get for provoking me. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't let you off. Jiu Seiko sneered, sinisterly. His face turned pale without a trace of blood. Obviously, using such a trump card was a huge burden on him. Now, die. With a roar, the figure that walked out from the celestial palace moved. Like a ghost, he streaked across the sky and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Pung! With a palm strike, energy whistled and enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud bang, Lin Xian was pushed back, his blood and qi churning inside his body. What a terrifying palm power! Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely at the level of a saint. Furthermore, it was a very powerful one. If Jiu Seiko attacked again, it would be two saints against one. That kind of situation was much more dangerous than before. However, to his surprise, Jiu Seiko did not attack him. He did not cooperate with the terrifying figure and attack together. What was going on? Could it be that he was very weak now? Or was it because he had used his trump card that he couldn't make a move? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Whoosh! His figure swayed as he used the demigods and semi-devils. His speed suddenly exploded, dodging the attack of the figure from the celestial palace and charging towards Jiu Seiko. Seeing this scene, the celestial palace above Jiu Seiko's head revolved around him, blocking the shocking attack. It's useless, kid. Don't think about killing me. With the celestial palace around, you can't kill me at all. As expected, after Lin Xian was pushed back by the celestial palace, the figure charged over again. So that's it. So that was the case. He really couldn't attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian completely relaxed. Jiu Seiko could not attack. Although he was extremely powerful, he could not do anything to him. You want to kill me with just a figure? What a joke. Today, I'll show you that your so-called trump card is nothing in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and resounded in all directions. Nothing? You're courting death. Kid, keep being stubborn. You'll know in a while how powerful this figure is. Jiu Xiao Seiko ignored him completely. This figure was even more terrifying than the celestial light and could even kill a successor. However, to use it he had to pay a huge price. First, the power in his body was almost exhausted. Moreover, he could not attack now. Therefore, Jiu Xiao Seiko did not want to use this trump card unless it was absolutely necessary. But now he was forced into a corner. Even if he was weakened, he had to kill the other party. Buzz. As expected, the figure was expressionless as he charged towards Lin Xian like a flickering light. The monstrous aura made everyone tremble. Heavens, this is definitely the combat power of a successor. This figure is really too terrifying. Jiu Xiao Seiko is indeed terrifying. Moreover, this figure is not afraid of attacks or death at all. I wonder how that kid is going to block it. Everyone was discussing among themselves as they looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and the sword qi on his body erupted. His invisible combat power increased. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and swept through the surroundings like a sword god. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword qi surged, and the sky was filled with sword qi. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Lin Xian did not waste any time. His combat power increased infinitely, and each slash was stronger than the previous one. The 9th slash caused the world to explode. The figure from the immortal palace was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body as if he was about to be shattered. He's so powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. Jiu Xiao Seiko's scalp went numb. He did not expect this. His trump card was about to be shattered by the other party. How is that possible? Why is the other party's combat power even stronger than before? He could not believe it. Damn it! With a roar, Jiu Xiao Seiko could not care less. His body flashed, and he charged forward. He merged with the figure from the immortal palace. When the two of them merged, an earth-shattering power erupted and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the void, and Jiu Xiao Seiko appeared again. His aura was much stronger than before. Kid, go to hell! After merging with the mysterious figure, Jiu Xiao Seiko charged forward again. With a palm strike, Lin Xian was sent flying and vomiting blood. This time, I won't give you any chance. Jiu Xiao Seiko's voice was cold. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian. After succeeding in one move, he charged forward again. Countless rays of light above his head were like heavenly blades that attacked Lin Xian. The 9 heavens' divine palm appeared again. Bang! Bang! Lin Xian was sent flying again and vomited blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the aura on his body became incomparably fierce. The great dragon sword soul roared. Lin Xian unlocked the 3rd seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Today, I'll show you my trump card. With a swing of the sword, the world lost its color, and the immortal palace was sent flying. With the 2nd swing, Jiu Xiao Seiko was sent flying. Damn it! I can't believe he's so powerful. Jiu Xiao Seiko's skin went numb. He turned around and left. He did not dare to continue fighting because he had merged with the figure and used his trump card. After such a long time, he still could not take down his opponent. His opponent's combat power was getting stronger and stronger. He did not dare to delay. If he continued fighting, he would become weak. Therefore, he was ready to retreat. Chapter 2499. However, there was no way Lin Xian would let him go. He waved his hands, and the ancient sword exploded once again. A ball of fiery light appeared. A sword shadow descended from the sky and tore through the void. Poof! The sword directly split Jiu Xiao Seiko's body into 2 halves. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiuxiao Seiko's body floated in the air. Blood and internal organs flowed out of his body. What? Jiuxiao Seiko was killed. Everyone went crazy. They could not believe it. That was Jiuxiao Seiko. How could he be killed just like that? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Whoosh. Lin Xian also resealed the ancient dragon abyss sword. His face was pale. He looked ahead and furrowed his brows. That was because he realized that the body that was split in half did not die. Instead, it merged again and was absorbed into the immortal palace. The immortal palace emitted a mysterious light. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Only a voice was left between heaven and earth. Damn brat. I'll remember that sword today. I'll return it to you in the future. Humph. The next time we meet, I'll kill you with my own hands. Lin Xian replied coldly. He did not chase after him. The immortal palace was too mysterious. He could not break it with his current strength. However, it was enough this time. He directly split Jiuxiao Seiko. Even if his opponent did not die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to return to his peak in a short period of time. In other words, he had killed a powerful enemy. Whoosh. Lin Xian slowly exhaled and landed. He looked around and said coldly, "Why, how long do you want to watch? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." His cold voice echoed in the void. The people in the passage felt their scalps go numb. Many of them turned around and fled. What a joke. Even Jiuxiao Seiko was split in half. They did not dare to stay. However, not everyone ran away. The three figures did not leave. Instead, they came to the palace. Seeing this scene, the people that were fleeing also stopped and turned their heads to look. What were these people trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to make a move? Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the three figures approaching. What? Do the three of you want to die? Kid, you don't have to threaten us. Those 3 sword strikes were powerful, but you must have used up too much energy to use your trump card. How many battles do you have left? Do you think you're bluffing to scare us off? Do you think that's possible? Jiuxiao Seiko wants to kill you for your treasures, right? Hand over your treasures, and the 3 of us can let you live. Otherwise, you will lose your life here today. You're courting death. How dare you 3 ants try to snatch my treasure? Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes bursting with piercing sword light. Ants? Brat, you're really blind. We just don't want to reveal our identities. Do you really think we're ants? The aura from the 3 of them suddenly erupted like a torrent, enveloping the entire sky. This power was simply too strong. This was definitely an expert. How powerful! Who were those 3 people? The remaining people in the passage were extremely surprised. They realized that the 3 of them were shrouded in black mist, and they could not see clearly. They must have done that to hide their identities. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when you don't even dare to show your face? Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Indeed, unlocking the 3rd level of the ancient sword had consumed a lot of his energy. However, not everyone could target him. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite. The man in black in the middle sneered. He reached out with his large hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. Whoosh, poof. Lin Xian attacked decisively. He swung his sword and slashed at the large hand. With a bang, the hand was split open. Blood turned into a rain of blood and fell. That person grunted and retracted his hand. Damn it! Let's attack together and kill him. The 3 of them were shocked. They did not expect the other party to have such power after using his trump card. It seemed that they had to go all out. The 3 of them turned into 3 phantoms and attacked in a triangular formation. The ancient dragon abyss sword swept out and forced 2 of them back. The other person came to Lin Xian's side. Whoosh. A black longsword appeared in the hand of the man in black. The sword's gleam sent chills down one's spine. Hee, die, kid, the man in black sneered. The killing intent on his body surged. The sword was about to stab him. Whoosh. Suddenly, his body trembled because he saw a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They carried endless power. In an instant, the man in black was stunned. He felt his soul being sucked into a strange space. Bang! Lin Xian punched out and exploded the man's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. What? How could this be? How could he still be so powerful? Damn it, it's a soul attack. Run! The remaining two men in black turned around and ran. Originally, they thought that the other party was very weak, so they joined forces. However, although the other party was weak, he was not someone they could fight against. Therefore, the two of them quickly ran away. In an instant, the two of them entered the passage and were about to disappear. Buzz. Suddenly, the two of them stopped in midair and screamed. This scene was extremely strange because the others could clearly see that the two of them did not suffer any injuries. However, the two of them screamed like pigs being slaughtered. It made one's scalp tingle. 3 seconds later, the two of them stiffened and fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and there was no trace of life. Who else wants to attack me? Step forward. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded as he looked around. Hearing this, everyone ran away, not daring to stay for even a second. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the hall had left. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out 2 pills, swallowed them, and turned to leave the hall. Shuttling through the passage, Lin Xian found a remote stone house. There were no treasures inside, and it was very simple and crude. He set up a formation seal, then his figure flashed and entered the black earth. Hey, two, help me watch the situation outside. I want to cultivate. Lin Xian gave some instructions, then sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, he took out the small bronze cauldron he obtained. The small cauldron was very thick and heavy. Although it was small in size, it was as heavy as a mountain. It was engraved with rune markings, and the top was sealed by countless runes, carrying with it an ancient power. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul, opened Tianji's body, and carefully broke these seals. After about half a day, he finished breaking all these seals. Crack! He opened the small bronze cauldron. In the next moment, his pupil shrank because the moment he opened it, a strange pill fragrance drifted out. Smelling the pill fragrance, Lin Xian felt his entire body warm up. The strength he had consumed was recovering at a very fast speed. What a magical pill! Chapter 2500. Just the pill fragrance alone had such an effect. This was definitely a heaven-defying pill. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew the effects of this pill. Not to mention him, even an invincible king would be greatly tempted. With a wave of his palm, a pill floated out of the small bronze cauldron. The purple pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was covered with pill patterns and was very mysterious. Lin Xian couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he didn't understand it, as long as it was effective. With a flip of his palm, he swallowed this purple pill. But as soon as he swallowed it, his eyes widened, and there was even a trace of regret. He was too careless. The power of this pill was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, it was like a furnace of heaven and earth burning fiercely in his body. That violent energy turned into a turbulent sea, swimming in his meridians as if it wanted to burst his body. Damn it, suppress it! Lin Xian roared, and quickly ran the longevity incantation. The longevity incantation was very magical, crazily absorbing the energy in his body. However, this energy was far beyond Lin Xian's imagination. There was too much, like a vast sea, endless. This surprised Lin Xian. He knew that he had underestimated this pill. This pill from tens of thousands of years ago was really too terrifying. The grade was probably unimaginable. Although his longevity incantation was very mysterious and could absorb unlimited energy, his body couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly urged the dragon sword soul, and at the same time absorbed the energy in his body to awaken. The dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique with unlimited potential, but it was still in the growth stage at this moment. Lin Xian was now an early stage 7-star, and he could fight against an early stage 8-star peerless powerhouse. If the dragon sword soul went all out, it could even fight against a mid-stage 8-star peerless powerhouse. Although it was only the difference between the mid-stage and early stage, the real strength was worlds apart. A mid-stage 8-star peerless powerhouse could easily kill several early-stage 8-star powerhouses. The gap between them was huge. With the absorption of the dragon sword soul, the violent energy in his body was finally diverted. Lin Xian's body also avoided the consequences of exploding. This made him sigh in relief. He formed a seal with both hands and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy in his body with all his might. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. I wonder how far this ancient pill will allow him to advance his cultivation. Lin Xian was cultivating inside the Black Earth. The place he was staying in was very remote, and with the concealment of the array formation, nobody disturbed him for a while. Just like that, he quietly absorbed the ancient pill. On the other side, no flower had been chased by the big black bull ever since he separated from Lin Xian. This big black bull was an expert from the Demon Imperial Palace. He was very powerful. Moreover, he was not from the younger generation. Instead, he was a veteran expert. His strength had reached the peak of the 8-star beginner stage, especially that pair of horns. They were absolutely no weaker than a Heaven Step treasured artifact. Therefore, the big black bull was very aggressive in his pursuit. However, no flower was not weak either. As the saint of the Lanrua Temple, he was extremely powerful. His cultivation had reached the early 7-star beginner stage. His combat strength had reached the early 8-star beginner stage. In addition, he had a mysterious bloodline and a precious treasure like the soul fixation pearl. Therefore, when he used his full strength, his combat strength was equivalent to a mid-8-star peerless expert. Although the big black bull was an early 8-star expert, his combat strength increase was not as good as no flowers. When he used his full strength, he was only equivalent to a mid-8-star expert. Therefore, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, no flower directly used another Buddhist great divine power, the demon sealing mantra. This was a great divine power that was specially used against the demon clan. It had a strong restraining effect on the demon clan. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Moreover, once this great divine power was used, it would produce a surge of evil energy. One had to go into seclusion and cultivate Buddhist Dharma to eliminate the evil energy in one's body. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, these Buddhists were not willing to use it. At this moment, no flower was anxious because he was being chased, so he used it without hesitation. Once the demon sealing mantra was used, the big black bull's strength was sealed and suppressed. In the end, he was defeated and quickly fled. No flower heaved a sigh of relief. He moved and found a quiet place. He also prepared to open his small bronze cauldron. On the other hand, the other martial artists were looking for opportunities on their own. Of course, most of them were running for their lives because there were too many traps and arrays in this ancient tomb. However, there was one thing that spread quickly. That was Jiu Xiao Seiko was slashed by someone with a sword. This battle was witnessed by more than 10 martial artists from the Holy Land. Therefore, in the end, the news spread. Moreover, it spread more and more widely. For a time, many martial artists from the Holy Land were talking about it. Moreover, in the ancient tomb, the first thing that those martial artists who met asked about was that Joshua Seiko was slashed by someone with a sword. They all wanted to confirm whether this was true or not, because it was too shocking. Heavens, was Joshua Seiko really slashed by someone with a sword? Who was so ruthless? How terrifying! Was Joshua Seiko dead? The people from the Nine Heavens Holy Land would go crazy. Joshua Seiko was not dead. Although he was slashed in half, his body was taken away by the immortal palace. He should be able to survive. However, it was not that easy to recover. Who was it? How could he be so strong? Could it be an elder from a holy land? No, it was Lin Xian, the temple master of the immortal palace. What? The temple master of the immortal palace? How was this possible? Although the other party was the temple master of the immortal palace, he looked like a young man. He should be at the level of a saint of the younger generation. That's right. How could he slash Joshua Seiko with a sword? Could it be that this guy's strength increased greatly? I don't know. Anyway, I saw it with my own eyes. He slashed Joshua Seiko in half with a sword. As for whether his strength increased greatly, I don't know. I heard that Joshua Seiko was chasing after him for a treasure in his hands. Could it be the treasure map of the 6 Tao patterns? No, it seems to be something else. That kid might have obtained other treasures from other places. No way. That kid's luck was too good. He obtained the treasure map of the 6 Tao patterns and other treasures. As expected, it was enough to make people jealous. However, his strength was indeed shocking. The saint of the 9 firmaments was so terrifying that even a mysterious phantom had walked out of the immortal palace, yet it was still no match for him. Other than the top saints with sacred physiques and divine physiques, no one could defeat him. That was not necessarily true. Although Joshua Seiko was a saint, he was only average among the sons of the great sage. The other saints had many tricks up their sleeves. If they really attacked, that kid would definitely not be able to resist. Discussions broke out one after another. However, no matter what, the fact that Joshua Seiko was slashed in half by Lin Xian was still shocking. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 25:01. In the end, the 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists found out about this. One of the teams had a total of 7 people. 2 elders were leading the team, and the remaining 5 were young disciples. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue, and they were stunned. What? Their holy son had been killed by someone. Was he killed? They were all panicking. If Joshua Seiko had died here, it would be a big deal. First of all, they could not bear the consequences. They would not be able to answer to the holy ground. Moreover, they would become the laughingstock of all the holy grounds. They would never be able to raise their heads again. Moreover, if a holy son died, not only would their reputation be damaged, but it would also be a huge blow to the 9 Heavens Holy Ground. To nurture a holy son, the cost was heaven-defying. The amount of resources needed was unimaginable. Therefore, they could not afford it. They hurriedly asked around and found out that Joshua Seiko was not dead. He was still alive. This made them sigh in relief. However, these people were still furious. Damn immortal palace. How dare they kill the holy son of our 9 Heavens Holy Ground? Is that Lin Xian? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Yes, no one dares to provoke our 9 Heavens Holy Ground. No matter who it is, they will have to pay the price. These 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists were filled with killing intent. They began to search for Lin Xian all over the world. Of course, they did not forget the most important thing. that was to find Jiuxiao Seiko as soon as possible. Although the saint of the 9 firmaments had not been killed, he must be very weak. If he was targeted by someone else, he would be in danger. Needless to say, there were people who had designs on Jiuxiao Seiko. After all, he was a holy son with many treasures in his hands. It could be said that he was a small treasure trove. Normally, no one dared to provoke them, because whether it was their personal strength or their background, they were all frighteningly big. But it was different now. Jiuxiao Seiko had been killed. Even if he was still alive, his strength was greatly reduced. More importantly, he was now completely separated from the people of the 9 heavens' holy ground. Now he was alone and helpless. If he took action at this time, no one would know, and he could even frame Lin Xian and Immortal Palace. It could be said that this was killing many birds with one stone. Therefore, some people really did have such an idea. The 2 of you don't have to follow me anymore. Go find Jiuxiao Seiko, kill him, and take his things. A young man in a blue robe with a jade-like face said coldly. He stood with his hands behind his back facing the crowd. Behind him, there were 2 mysterious figures whose faces could not be seen clearly. After receiving the news, the 2 of them immediately took action. With a sway of their bodies, they turned into 2 streaks of light and left the area. Jiuxiao Seiko, since you're so weak, don't blame me for being impolite. This green-robed figure gradually became hazy and illusory. From afar, it was as if 7 stars were connected together. Soon, he also disappeared into the void. It wasn't just this green-robed man. On the other side, there was a man whose entire body was shining like a fiend god sitting cross-legged. His eyes flickered, but there was no one around him. His palms were constantly forming seals. Soon, a ray of light rushed out from his body and turned into a figure. As soon as the figure appeared, its body flickered with fiend gods and was then absorbed into his body. Go, kill Jiuxiao Seiko. The figure sitting cross-legged was also surrounded by 108 fiend gods. Her cold voice sounded. The figure of light in front of him disappeared. These people were from the other sacred grounds, and they were ready to take action. However, there were also people from the 9 heavens' sacred ground who had the same idea. The status of a saint was very special in the sacred ground. He was the number 1 person of the younger generation, and if nothing went wrong, he would become the sacred lord of the sacred ground in the future. It could be said that countless people were envious. Normally, those holy son candidates were not strong enough, but now they finally had an opportunity. Humph, since you've been injured, don't blame me for being impolite. This was also a young man. His face was cold, and his eyes were emitting a biting, cold, killing intent. In the next moment, his body was wrapped in fog. He also turned into a stream of light and charged out. For a time, many people were looking for Jiuxiao Seiko, wanting to kill him. The elders of the 9 heavens' sacred ground were even crazier. They searched crazily, and at the same time sent out assassination teams to assassinate the people of the Immortal Palace. Under their crazy actions, they really succeeded. One of the disciples of the Immortal Palace was killed, and 3 others were injured. However, the people of the 9 heavens' sacred ground did not stop there. Instead, they became more aggressive. They even wanted to kill everyone from the Immortal Palace. If not for Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingxiu, who were saintesses and had 2 super sacred grounds behind them, they would have been killed. These people of the 9 heavens' sacred ground wanted to attack them. Damn it! The martial artists of the Immortal Palace gritted their teeth in anger. They did not expect the 9 heavens' sacred ground to attack them. What was worse was that they were now scattered and could not find Elder Li Xingtian and the others. The remaining young disciples were also geniuses, but under the siege of the elders of the 9 heavens' sacred ground, they could not hold on. For a moment, they could only hide temporarily and send a distress signal to Elder Li Xingtian and the others. However, they were still caught by the 9 heavens' sacred ground. Among them, a team of 7 people surrounded 3 Immortal Palace martial artists. Not good. Run. When the 3 young martial artists of the Immortal Palace saw this, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave. However, among the 7 people, there were 2 elders, and the rest were 5 geniuses. Whether it was strength or numbers, they were far superior to them. Therefore, the 3 martial artists of the Immortal Palace were trapped. Among them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men shouted coldly, "Damn it, what are you trying to do? How dare you attack our Immortal Palace? Are you tired of living? What are you trying to do? Of course, we are going to kill you. Your palace master is so reckless. How dare you go against the 9 heavens' sacred ground? Now is the time of your death. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill everyone from the Immortal Palace. I will let your palace master know what regret is." Chapter 25:02. Poof, 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 poof. How is it? Have you tasted pain? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Apologize to the 9 heavens' holy ground. I can give you a quick death. Courting death. We, the Immortal Palace, will not let you off. Just you wait. Our palace master and elders will be here to kill you soon. Kill us? Fine. Let them come. We are looking for them. The 9 heavens' holy ground disciples laughed coldly. They stabbed a few more times, and blood dyed their bodies red. The Immortal Palace martial artist struggled madly. Not only him, but his other disciple was also being tortured. The last female disciple was not tortured. However, the 9 heavens' holy ground disciples were grinning maliciously. "Girl, not bad looking. I wonder how the women of Immortal Palace taste. Don't worry. Yours truly will let you have a good time later." At this moment, the 9 heavens' holy ground disciples were no longer people of the holy ground. They were clearly a bunch of beasts. "Arg, we, the Immortal Palace, will not let you off." The female martial artist screamed madly. Her face was filled with helplessness because there was no one around her. Only 2 9 heavens' holy ground disciples were walking towards her. She wanted to escape. However, in an instant, the space around her was frozen. The energy in her body was frozen as well. The ones who attacked were not disciples of the 9 heavens' holy ground, but 2 elders. Under the power of the 2 elders, this Immortal Palace female martial artist simply did not have any ability to resist. She closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted not using her last chance to self-destruct. Who knows, she might have been able to drag the 2 of them down with her. But now, she could not even self-destruct. Poof, poof. I love to see you guys from Immortal Palace in despair. This makes me happy. The 2 9 heavens' holy ground disciples grinned maliciously as they came before the other party. The other 2 Immortal Palace martial artists, who were lying on the ground, howled madly. "Damn you, bastard. If you dare to touch her, I will not let you off." They were covered in blood as they howled madly. "You will not let me off? Ha ha! You guys can't even save yourselves. What do you have to let me off? Is there anyone else here? This is our 9 heavens' holy ground's territory." As he spoke, one of the 9 heavens' holy ground disciples grabbed the female cultivator in front of him. Ah, pung, pung. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void as a red light shot out, slapping the 2 9 heavens' holy lands cultivators away. Endless light shone down as the 2 9 heavens' holy lands cultivators were sent flying, crashing through the void. Half of their bodies were directly smashed open, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. The 2 of them rolled on the ground, screaming crazily. Light flickered on their bodies as they tried to repair the damage. The remaining people of the 9 heavens' holy ground were stunned. The 2 elders' faces darkened. Their gazes pierced through the void like lightning. The remaining 3 disciples roared madly. "Who is it? Get the hell out here! How dare you attack us? Are you tired of living?" Angry roars could be heard. Hope appeared in the eyes of the 2 Immortal Palace cultivators on the ground. That Immortal Palace female disciple even more so opened her eyes, her face full of shock. Originally, she had already given up all hope, thinking that it would be very difficult for her to escape the clutches of the devil. But who would have thought that at the very last moment there would be an unforeseen event? Someone had come to save her. Who was it? Was it a strong cultivator from Immortal Palace? The elders of the 9 heavens' holy lands also thought so they looked extremely dignified. "Damn it, you sneaky bastard, get the hell out of here!" shouted a disciple furiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was pierced through. A red claw pierced through his back and directly crushed his heart. Pung! That person fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The people next to him were scared out of their wits. "Damn it!" The 2 elders of the 9 heavens' holy lands roared furiously and threw their palms at the red claw. Dong! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Their palms fiercely slapped the red claw like a golden spear and armored horse. The void around them shattered. The elder took 3 steps back, his face pale. It was as if he had slapped a red mountain. His entire arm was numb. However, what shocked him was that the red claw was completely fine. There was no crack at all. "Fuck! How dare you hit Master Long? Do you want to die?" Behind them, an arrogant voice sounded, a roar shaking those people. Those people began to tremble, the chi and blood within their bodies roiling. A demonic beast. Could it be a flood dragon? They were shocked. The voice was too strong, like a dragon's roar. It made them tremble. The people of the 9 heavens' holy lands thought that the people of the Demon King Palace had come, but soon they were stunned because they saw a red silhouette walking over. Damn it! Crawling snake. It was the crawling snake from the Immortal Palace. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The 3 cultivators of the Immortal Palace were excited. "Master Long, quickly save us." They naturally recognized that it was the snake by the Immortal Palace's side. "Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you be in danger." The dark red dragon waved its claw, and countless red lights flew forward, turning into a cloud, and enveloping the 3 of them. Whoosh! The 3 of them recovered from their injuries. How magical! Master Long is so powerful. The 3 cultivators of the Immortal Palace were excited. They had never seen the dark red dragon attack before. They didn't expect it to have such a magical technique. As expected of someone by the Immortal Palace's side, it was really strong. The 3 of them were too excited. The people of the 9 heavens' holy lands, however, looked gloomy. The other party had just appeared and injured 2 of their disciples, and even killed one of them. This method was too fierce. Moreover, what made them more worried was whether the other party had come alone. If the army of the Immortal Palace came, it would be difficult for them to escape. But after looking for a long time, other than the other party, no one else appeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! The 2 elders showed a ferocious look. "Crawling snake, you came alone and dared to be arrogant in front of us. Later, we'll peel off your snake skin. Not bad. Your claws are also very sharp. It's suitable to be used as a weapon. Fuck, you dare to have ideas about me? You really don't know your place." The dark red dragon was angry. He didn't attack, but waved his claw. 9 lackeys, come over here." 9 lackeys? What was that? Could it be that there was really an ambush? The people of the 9 heavens' holy lands were nervous. The 3 disciples of the Immortal Palace were also confused. Why was this name so melodramatic? Just as they were confused, More than 10 figures walked out from the passage in front. They were very fast. The 9 of them in front even flashed and came to the side of the dark red dragon. "Master, you're looking for us? What?" Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens' holy lands were dumbfounded. The 3 disciples of the immortal palace also opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 2503. The experts from the 9 holy lands half knelt on the ground, showing great respect to the dark red dragon. Was this a dream? The people from 9 heavens' holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a snake from a mortal palace? How could he control the people from other holy lands? Moreover, those experts were half kneeling on the ground. Even the bodies of the great sage lands did not receive such treatment. What was going on? They were all stunned. The 3 from a mortal palace were also stunned. They could not understand what was going on. The 9 people kneeling on the ground were naturally the 9 experts that the dark red dragon had subdued. These 9 people were stubborn before, but after being tortured by the dark red dragon, they were afraid. This was because they realized that whether it was their bodies or souls, they could not withstand the torture of the other party. Since they could not withstand it, they might as well be obedient lackeys. After all, they wanted to live as well. Catch a few of them, but don't kill them. Damn it, how dare they go against me? This is infuriating. The dark red dragon pointed at the martial artists from 9 heavens' holy lands and said with gritted teeth. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys stood up. Their eyes were cold as they looked forward. Humph! People from 9 heavens' holy lands kneel down obediently and become our master's pets. If you do, I can spare your lives. One of the lackeys said coldly. As he spoke, lightning surrounded his body, and a sea of lightning surged around him. Seeing this, the people from 9 heavens' holy lands were even more stunned. An expert from the myriad thunder holy lands. Damn it, why would you submit to a snake? Could it be that you are under an illusion or some kind of restriction? They were really shocked. Humph! Cut the crap and get over here obediently. Another cold voice sounded. This person was from the 5 Elements Palace. As he spoke, the 5-colored light around his body formed a huge mountain that floated above his head, bringing with it an infinite pressure. People from 5 Elements Palace. People from Illusion Palace. People from 4 Symbols Holy Lands. Heavens! The people from 9 heavens' holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Why did the martial artists from the great sage lands become the other party's lackeys? Cut the crap. Hurry up and do it, the dark red dragon said impatiently. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys didn't dare to hesitate anymore. They all executed their own unique skills and charged forward. The endless thunder sea, the terrifying 5 elements mountain, the sky full of sword radiance, and the terrifying saber radiance. All of a sudden, the 9 experts made their moves and surrounded the people of the 9 heavens' holy ground. How could these people from the 9 heavens' holy ground withstand it? Of the 5 young disciples, 1 was killed, 2 were severely injured, and the remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. The other 2 elders also had ugly expressions on their faces. They roared and went crazy, using all their strength to stop him. However, other than the 9 lackeys, there were another 5 or 6 experts waiting for them. The young disciples were subdued in an instant. The 2 old men roared furiously. After all, they were peerless almighties with great strength. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon said, "The 9 of you will deal with 1. Leave the other 1 to me." Whoosh! The battlefield was divided into 2 sides. The dark red divine dragons personally entered the battlefield and displayed the dragon's great magical powers. In the sky, countless dragon silhouettes weaved about, fighting a great battle with that elder. In the end, the elder's dark red divine dragon was sealed. As for the other elder, He suppressed the 9 lackeys with his strength. He was strong and took advantage of his injuries, forcing the 9 lackeys to retreat. When he saw one of his companions being sealed, he roared and turned to attack the dark red divine dragon. However, the dark red divine dragon used its great magical powers and attacked. Boom! The elder's hands were broken. Ah, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, this snake was too strong. He couldn't beat it. Moreover, there were other experts around. If he continued to fight, he might be sealed. Thinking of this, the elder roared and tore through the void to escape. One of the elders was also captured. One of them escaped. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were stunned. They didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Ha ha! This is great. Looking at the people of the 9 heavens holy ground who were sealed, the 3 of them were filled with killing intent. Among them, 2 of the male disciples kicked the elder's face. Damn it! I'll let you be arrogant. I'll let you attack again. Their feet kicked the other party's face, making sonorous sounds. The impact made their feet go numb. Damn old gang noobs. Old bastard. How thick-skinned. These martial artists of Immortal Palace were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They only had the strength of a great being and couldn't break the defense of a great being. However, so what if they couldn't break it? It felt good to be able to step on the other party's face. Sure enough, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground was so angry that he vomited blood. Their hair stood up, the veins on their bodies bulged, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, he was sealed by the dark red divine dragon with an ancient seal. In addition, he was seriously injured and couldn't escape at all. Not only that, the dark red divine dragon was still worried and even injured his soul. In this way, the elder completely lost the ability to resist. Come. Don't be polite. Step on me to your heart's content. You can step on me however you want, the dark red divine dragon said very heroically. Sure enough, other than the elder, the remaining disciples also received special treatment. Their faces were trampled into mush. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, and their faces were healed again. Their faces were healed again. Their faces were healed again. This went on for dozens of times. These people were about to break down. They finally experienced what was called despair, what was worse than death. The 9 lackeys at the side sneered. Now, they knew how they were treated. Now, they knew why they were so strong. They were going to be lackeys too. No one could help it. No one could bear this kind of torture. Damn it. How dare you touch us? You're dead. The 9 heavens holy ground will never let you go. The elder roared in anger. To think that as a dignified elder, when had he ever been treated like this? What was even more despicable was that a few juniors were stomping on his face. Although they couldn't hurt him, the soles of their shoes touched his face. This kind of face-slapping made him very angry. He swore that as long as he escaped, he would tear these people into pieces. He would make them suffer a fate worse than death. Fuck, you dared to threaten me just now? What's with that look? One of the disciples of Immortal Palace directly slapped over, causing the void to tremble. His arm was numb, and the surrounding space was cracked. The elder's face didn't shatter, but there was a clear palm print on his face. Fuck, this is so fucking good. Come. The 2 of you give it a try. That disciple seemed to have discovered a new world and hurriedly called out to the other 2. The other 2 disciples also walked up. They also gave it a try and found that it was indeed satisfying. Chapter 25:04. That elder fainted from anger. Damn it, how could they be so weak? The dragon curled its lips and looked at the remaining 4 disciples of the 9 heavens holy ground. The 2 whose bodies were smashed had also recovered. They were extremely weak and trembled as they looked at the dragon. The dragon came to the side of the two. These two were the ones who wanted to offend you? The female martial artist nodded, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Very well, I'll give you a chance. The dragon waved its claws, and a sharp sword appeared in the air. You can turn them into eunuchs with your own hands. What? Hearing this, the two martial artists from the 9 heavens holy ground turned green. They felt a chill down their legs, and a huge fear appeared in their hearts. What? Eunuchs? Damn it, no. You can't do this to us. Please, let us go. You can step on me, but you can't turn me into a eunuch. Do you still need lackeys? I can be your lackey. The two of them screamed crazily. They did not want to be tortured like this. One had to know that this was something that no man was willing to do. However, the female disciple's eyes lit up when she heard this. Did you think of letting me go back then? She was not a weak little girl, but an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. If not for the dragon, she could not imagine what would have happened to her. Therefore, now that he had the chance to take revenge, he would not hesitate. With a sneer, the female disciple grabbed the sharp sword in the air. The aura on her body exploded like a flood. The cold, murderous aura pierced through the clouds and formed countless swords in the sky. No, beauty, you can't do this to me. I was wrong before. I was just fooling around with you. The two of them cried as they spoke. We can't do anything. We are also disciples. We can only listen to our elder. If there's anything, you can look for our elder. They were on the verge of tears. Their elder had fainted anyway. He could not hear this. They quickly pushed the blame to their elder. Seeing this scene, the 9 lackeys beside him felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Damn it, this guy is too shameless. How dare he push the blame to their elder? Fortunately, their elder had fainted from anger. Otherwise, if he heard this, his lungs would probably explode from anger. Thinking about how they were treated before, and looking at the situation now, the 9 lackeys felt that they were so happy before. It's too late to beg for mercy now. The female disciple did not care. She waved her sword and pierced through the void. Ah, one of them screamed as blood gushed out of his vital parts. That feeling of shattering was 100 times more intense than any other pain. Hearing the sound like a pig being slaughtered, the other male martial artists felt their scalps go numb. However, the female disciple was excited. She turned her head again to look at the other person. The man's body started to tremble. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I beg you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I'll work like a horse for you. I'll be your lackey. Okay? What a joke. Seeing his companion hovering between life and death, he didn't want to suffer. However, the answer was definitely no. That immortal palace female warrior kicked him to the ground, and then brandished her sword. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. The two 9 heavens holy lands cultivators who had not been punished directly fainted from fright. It was too cruel. They could not bear to watch it. The 9 lackeys also felt their hair stand on end. However, that female disciple from Immortal Palace was extremely satisfied. This feeling of revenge was simply too satisfying. Okay, wake them up. Let them be our new lackeys. Then, let's set off. The dark red dragon waved its hand. Immediately, the 9 lackeys woke up the unconscious martial artists of 9 heavens' holy land. When the elder and the disciple found out that they had become the new lackeys, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, after being beaten so much and suffering so much, they still could not escape the fate of becoming a lackey. However, they did not dare to resist. They were afraid that the other party would stab them in the vital parts. The group set off again. On the other side, the elder of 9 heavens' holy land who had escaped was gnashing his teeth in anger. He was really mad. He did not escape. Instead, he hid and prepared to watch. When he saw that his companions were all tortured and became lackeys, he could not hold back his anger. The elder could no longer hold back and used his trump card. He took out an old, yellowed scroll and used his blood to write down names one after another on it. The scroll was densely packed. Blood floated and countless names shone. Then, the scroll floated in the void. The elder of 9 heavens' holy land formed a seal and burned the scroll. Whoosh! The space cracked open, and one figure after another appeared around him. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. They were real people, the martial artists of 9 heavens' holy land, who were all around the ancient tomb, were all teleported here. This was their very important trump card. They would not use it unless they had no other choice. But at this moment, the elder of 9 heavens' holy land could not hold back anymore. So he used his trump card. In an instant, dozens of experts were gathered. However, except for Jiu Xiao Seiko, the others who had written their names all appeared. What was going on? Why did they use the blood sacrifice to teleport? When the elders and the disciples appeared, they asked one after another, could it be that there was news of the Holy Sun? No, there was no news of the Holy Sun. However, the old man told him what he had seen earlier. What? Those guys really dared to do that. Damn it! They had gone too far. Kill them. We must kill them. The elders were mad. They were all filled with killing intent. There were too many experts around that snake. They did not know what methods he used to subdue so many of them. We were outnumbered. We were no match for him. That was why I used the blood sacrifice to teleport you guys here. We have to save our people and kill them all. That snake is very strange. I think he must have some secrets. Capture him and interrogate him. We can control other experts in the future. The elders rushed over with killing intent. Finally, the two sides met. Damn it! Let go of our people. The people of 9 heavens' holy land roared. The elder gritted his teeth. His eyes were like lamps. Oh, the reinforcements are here. The dark red dragon sneered. 9 lackeys, attack. The 9 lackeys rushed out. But at this moment, the elder who was running away snorted. He waved his hand. Countless 9 heavens holy land martial artists behind him walked over. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Seeing this, the 9 lackeys' faces changed. They quickly retreated. They left afterimages in the sky. The dark red dragon exclaimed, "Damn it, there are so many of them." Chapter 25:05. Among the lackeys, the elders and disciples of the 9 heavens holy ground were crying emotionally. "Elder, save us. You must save us. Kill him. You must kill him. I want to tear him into pieces." They roared madly, but what awaited them was a few slaps. The dark red divine dragon sent them flying. And now you want to escape? They haven't saved you yet. 9 great lackeys, cover us. The dark red divine dragon gave the order. At the same time, it spoke to the 3 immortal palace martial artists at its side. Let's leave quickly. There are too many of them. We'll be at a disadvantage if we continue fighting. He was a wily old fox. He wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be afraid of any elder. He could even kill them. But there were so many of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do it. So, he quickly retreated with the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 9 lackeys wanted to escape too, but unfortunately, their lives were still in the hands of the dark red divine dragon. So, they could only obediently resist. But this time, there were too many people from the 9 heavens holy ground. In an instant, they were surrounded by more than a dozen figures. They couldn't exert any strength at all. The remaining people were like sharp swords, piercing through the sky and charging towards the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon roared, and his body expanded. The dragon blood on his body surged. enveloping the three Immortal Palace martial artists and increasing his speed. However, the people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground were determined to kill them. Moreover, their companions were still surrounded by the enemy. How could they let it go without saving their companions? Therefore, they finally arrived at a spacious cave after searching for a long time. Buzz, buzz. The three elders of the Nine Heavens' holy ground formed seals and raised their hands, summoning three phoenix shadows. They covered the sky and covered the entire space. The dark red divine dragon was blocked and stopped. The army behind them charged over and completely surrounded them. Master Long, what should we do? Seeing this scene, the three Immortal Palace martial artists were terrified. The dark red divine dragon's face darkened. Beside him, the Nine Heavens' holy ground lackeys who were tied up laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Did you see that? This is what you get for provoking us. You're dead. They gritted their teeth. Finally, they had a chance to take revenge. However, the dark red divine dragon smashed half of their heads with a single slap, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. If you dare to threaten me, I'll kill all of you with a single slap. Damn it, let go of our people. Seeing this scene, the Nine Heavens' holy ground army roared in anger. This time, there were dozens of them, and they were not afraid of any sudden changes. This was unless Immortal Palace's great army also came. However, they suspected that this dragon didn't have any summoning and transport items in its hands. Otherwise, the other party would have called them over long ago. Indeed, Immortal Palace's three individuals were also asking. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. This emperor didn't have that kind of thing, but little Xian Zi might have it. What should he do? The three of them felt as if the sky was falling. However, the crimson divine dragon waved its arm. Don't worry, it's not that hopeless. He instantly set up layers of array formations, which enveloped the surroundings and formed a defensive barrier. Soon after, the dark red divine dragon said, "Don't worry, although I can't contact Immortal Palace's great army, I can contact little Xian Zi. Let him save us. Contact the palace master." The three of them were excited. As long as they could contact the palace master, they would be able to contact Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others. When the great army came, they would have hope. Therefore, the three Immortal Palace's members were relieved. In front, the Nine Heavens' holy ground martial artists snorted coldly. You want to trap us with array formations? You want to call for reinforcements? Not so easy. Nine Heavens' divine palm. An elder stood out and waved his palm. Light shone in the sky, and the entire space shook violently. 9 large palms appeared in the sky and slammed forward in an overwhelming manner. Pung, pung, pung. The intense collision shook heaven and earth. The bright light screen shook as if it would break at any time. But in the end, it did not break. It was blocked. It was blocked indeed. Inside the array formation, the 3 Immortal Palace martial artists were excited to see this. However, the Nine Heavens holy ground people frowned. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Why is it so strong? The Crimson Divine Dragon sneered. Idiot, you think you can break my array formation so easily? How is that possible? His array formation skills were beyond the imagination of these people. In addition, he had many treasures in his hands. So, the array formation he created was definitely powerful. How could a peerless almighty break it? If 1 is not enough, then 2, 3. I don't believe that I can't break your defensive array formation. The Nine Heavens holy ground people were filled with murderous intent. Indeed, the 3 elders descended from the sky like gods and demons. Their bodies were emitting a strong aura. The 3 of them used their ultimate techniques and attacked below. Indeed, the light screen shook violently. It seemed like it could not hold on any longer. But in the end, it managed to hold on. Damn it, he can hold on. The three peerless almighties were shocked. This is impossible. At this moment, the nine heavens, holy ground, people finally screamed. So what? I don't believe that he can hold on against all of us. Everyone, listen up. Attack together. In the sky, dozens of figures flashed, and energy surged like an ocean. Seeing this, the Crimson Divine Dragon's face changed. Damn it, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? I'll let you taste some pain first. The Crimson Divine Dragon waved its dragon claws again. 4 killing arrays descended from the sky and shrouded the 9 heavens' holy ground. Let's see if you have the energy to break my array formation. Indeed, the killing arrays were extremely terrifying. They turned into a strong killing intent and shrouded the 9 heavens' holy ground people. The 9 heavens' holy ground people screamed and fought back madly. The elders also roared in anger. Damn it, is the snake an array master? Why does it have so many arrays? Under the siege of the 4 killing arrays, the 9 heavens' holy ground people temporarily gave up on attacking and started to fight back. Seeing this, the 3 Immortal Palace martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Divine Dragon sneered. This is my strength. Do you see? If I use all my killing arrays, it'll be easy to kill you all. He snorted and ignored the people in front of him. Instead, he stared at the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens' holy ground. In the next moment, he said coldly, "The 5 of you get over here. Make dinner for me." As he said that, he took out a few demonic beasts from his storage ring. This one is steamed, this one is barbecued, and this one is braised for me. Make dinner for me. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you all. The Crimson Divine Dragon opened his mouth and spat out clouds of chi that evolved in the air. Tables, chairs, pavilions, and all kinds of exquisite decorations appeared in the cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a palace. The 3 Immortal Palace martial artists were stunned. The Crimson Divine Dragon waved its dragon claws. Stop looking, come and enjoy. Chapter 2506. This is great. I love to eat. Following Lin Xian and Whitey, he also loved to eat barbecued meat and spirit fruits. If it was in the past, he would have skinned these demonic beasts alive. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens' holy ground had no choice. They wanted to resist, but after a few slaps, they screamed in pain. Therefore, they could only brace themselves and cook for the other party. Outside, the 9 heavens' holy ground experts who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood when they saw this scene. Damn it, this is too despicable. They were risking their lives to fight against the killing array, but the other party was enjoying his dinner so leisurely. Braising and steaming? This made them mad. They were the hunters, okay? The other party was surrounded by them, but why didn't he look anxious at all? They all regretted coming here to kill him. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Those cultivators couldn't find any treasures in a short time, so they all came to investigate. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed. More and more people came to watch, and there were about 100 people discussing. What's going on? Are the people of the 9 heavens holy ground fighting against the Immortal Palace? Sure enough, the news of Jiuxiao Seiko being killed by the Immortal Palace is true. Otherwise, the 9 heavens holy ground wouldn't be so crazy. Look at that snake. Aren't they Lin Xian's lackeys? They're trapped by the 9 heavens holy ground? Trapped? What a joke. They're enjoying life, while the people of the 9 heavens holy ground are fighting with their lives. Who do you think is trapping who? These people discussed fervently, and they were shocked. Someone in the crowd screamed, "Fuck! Who's cooking for that snake? Are they from the 9 heavens holy ground? What's going on? Aren't they fighting?" Why are the people of the nine heavens holy ground cooking for the other party? Inside the array, three immortal palace cultivators looked around and said loudly, "What do you know? These people are the lackeys of our Lord Long." What? Lackeys? Everyone's mouth twitched, and the nine heavens holy ground experts who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Bullshit. Who's your lackey? Damn it. I'll kill you. Don't give me the chance. Or, I'll make you regret it. They were furious. They were the elders of the nine heavens holy ground, and yet they had become the lackeys of a snake. Moreover, they were being watched by so many people from the Holy Lands. How were they going to survive in the future? The dark red divine dragon did not care about this. He took out a small array formation and started to contact Lin Xian. Although it was enjoying the show, it knew that the people of the nine firmaments sacred emperor would still be in danger after breaking the killing array. That was why he had to contact Lin Xian and have him lead Immortal Palace's great army over. The dark red divine dragon began to transmit its voice to the array formation. The formation flickered, and the message was sent out. "Little Xian, hurry up and reply when you see the message. This emperor is about to be besieged." The dark sorcerer god sighed as he ate the golden roasted meat. How was he in any danger? Ancient tomb in a stone house, inside the black earth vessel. Lin Xian was cultivating when a certain array formation inside the black earth vessel suddenly moved. Radiance blossomed. Seeing this, He too floated over and waved his broken sword to open the array formation. Then the dark red divine dragon's voice was heard. "Kid, save me. I'm trapped. These people from the nine heavens holy ground are sending an army to hunt us down. Hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to see me again." The dark red divine dragon's voice echoed in the black earth vessel, sounding very miserable. Those who did not know would think that he was being hunted down. When He too heard this voice, he waved his sword and floated back to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. How could ruffian dragon be hunted down so easily? He too thought for a moment and did not interrupt Lin Xian. After all, this breakthrough was very important. If he could successfully break the array formation, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation would rise to another level. Therefore, He too did not have the heart to interrupt him. Moreover, in his opinion, the dark red divine dragon was a wily old fox that had lived for thousands of years. He had the bloodline of dragons and even had great abilities of dragons. It was impossible for him to be killed so easily. He too would let him be hunted down for a while. He too waved his sword and stopped in midair. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon began to eat and drink after sending the message. The three cultivators from the Immortal Palace also ate and drank. The 5 lackeys of the nine heavens holy ground stood by the side, carefully waiting on him. Not far away, the experts of the nine heavens holy ground were doing their best to resist the 4 killing arrays. Among them, one of the killing formations was sent flying, and the remaining 3 killing formations were also dimming. Oh, not bad, not bad. They actually managed to break one of my killing arrays in such a short time. These people from the nine heavens holy ground are not bad. The dark red divine dragon nodded slightly as he ate and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Although he had broken 1 killing array, he was not too worried. More and more cultivators gathered in the surrounding passageways to watch. Even the cultivators who were passing by were alarmed by the intense fighting sounds. They thought that someone had found a treasure, so they could not wait to rush over. However, after rushing over, they found out that there was no treasure. Instead, there was a battle to the death. Whoosh! Friends from the nine heavens holy ground, do you need our help? More than 10 figures flew over from one of the passageways. They were surrounded by 5-colored light, forming the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. The people from the Five Elements Palace were here, the surrounding experts exclaimed. The Five Elements Saint was among them. That's right, the people from the Five Elements Palace were here. Moreover, the Five Elements Saint was leading them. When the Five Elements Saint saw this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth in anger at the dark red divine dragon. Now that there was a good opportunity to kill him, how could they miss it? Thank you very much. The Nine Heavens Holy Ground Elder was overjoyed when he saw this. Great. With the help of the Five Elements Saint and the experts from the Five Elements Palace, they would definitely be able to break the killing arrays faster and faster. At that time, it would not be difficult to break the other party's defensive array. As expected, with the addition of the experts from the Five Elements Palace, the second killing array was easily broken. I'll help you too. The 10,000 Thunder Saint led 7 or 8 experts from the 10,000 Thunder Holy Ground and appeared from a passageway. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint was here, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. But the people from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were excited. Great, the 10,000 Thunder Saint was here too. The heavens were really helping them. They knew that the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Ground had a grudge against the other immortal palace, especially the palace master, who was suitable for the other side. Now that the three sides were attacking together, how could a small snake resist? Chapter 2507. Sure enough, with the 3 great sage joining forces, the remaining 2 killing arrays were shattered. In an instant, the 3 forces were like 3 mountains pressing down on the void as they walked towards the crimson divine dragon. Fuck, what's going on? Damn it, 5 elements red and myriad thunder sacred ground are here too. The crimson divine dragon was no longer calm. He threw away the golden barbecue in his hand and floated up into the sky. Damn it, this is not good. Master Dragon, what should we do? The 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace were also worried. Previously, they could still fight against the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground with their arrays. But now, the myriad Thunder Sacred Ground and 5 Elements Palace were here too. They could not fight back at all. Don't panic. Damn it. These guys dare to come out at this time. Just wait. I won't let them go. The Crimson Divine Dragon would remember this grudge. He swore that he would not let them go. However, this was all in the future. The most important thing now was to solve the crisis in front of him. He must not let them join forces to break the array. Otherwise, his defensive array would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that he could only use that thing. The Crimson Divine Dragon gritted his teeth and decided to use one of his trump cards. With a wave of his dragon claw, another array floated out. However, this array looked very strange. It was like black quicksand surrounding his defensive array. It formed a black circle. The black circle was more than 10 meters wide. It was like a black river flowing continuously, shining with a demonic light. What is this? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The 3 great sage experts sneered. It's useless. No matter what you are, you can't escape death today. Indeed, they were very confident. Who could fight against the 3 great sage experts when they joined forces? Even the clan of the ancients would not be able to fight back, right? Not to mention a little snake. Go. The 9 Heavens Sacred Ground Elder, 5 Elements Saint Sun, and Saint Sun, Wan Lei waved their hands, and the 3 great sage experts stepped forward. This time, they sent 9 people. The 9 experts' auras pierced through heaven and earth. Their figures were like demonic gods, crushing the void. One could imagine how terrifying these 9 people were. Their figures were like lightning as they flew forward. The energy in their bodies surged like wild beasts, causing people to tremble. Soon, they arrived before the black quicksand. facing this black quicksand. They did not care at all. The 9 of them struck out with their attacks, hitting the quicksand. The quicksand spun rapidly. The black sand was very soft, and it absorbed all the attacks. It could be said that these attacks had no effect on quicksand at all. It was as if they were punching cotton. Damn it, what is this thing? The 9 experts frowned, and 3 of them snorted coldly. The king's domain enveloped them, and in the next moment they strode into the black quicksand. Since he couldn't break through it, he would just force his way through. The others were also puzzled. What exactly was the black quicksand? Soon, they were screaming. This was because they had finally discovered the use of the black quicksand. The 3 experts entered the black quicksand, and in the next second, they suddenly disappeared. Swish, 2 people appeared in the distance of the palace, while the other person disappeared. What was going on? What happened? Why did those experts suddenly withdraw? Everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground, 5 element palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground also frowned. What was going on? They hurriedly asked, and the other 2 people flew over from the corner of the palace. I don't know. As soon as we entered, we were teleported away by a force. Teleported away. Could it be a teleportation array? Hearing this, some people turned pale with fright. They looked at the black quicksand and gasped. The black quicksand was actually a teleportation array. Anyone who entered would be teleported. No wonder that dragon was so relaxed and calm. It turned out that he had such a treasure by his side. Yes, if they could not break through the black quicksand, they would not be able to reach the dragon, let alone break through the array. Ha ha! The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Come, 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 sons of the 3 sacred grounds, hurry up and attack your grandpa dragon. The people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds vomited blood when they heard the clamor. Damn it! Damn it! A snake dared to be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. Go, attack. Since it's an array, we're afraid of being damaged. I don't believe that he can ignore all the attacks. The 5 elements saint looked solemn, and the 10,000 thunder saint looked gloomy. The elders from the 9 heavens sacred ground also roared. In an instant, the experts from the 3 great sage sacred grounds attacked again. This time, there were more people, more than 20 of them. They were connected as one, as if they were thousands of mountains. One after another, terrifying attacks were launched. The sky was full of flames, shocking lightning, 5-colored light, and a surging sea. All kinds of energy appeared in the sky, shaking the earth and causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. However, after a series of attacks, the people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds were dumbfounded. Damn it, this was impossible. They did not receive any injuries. What kind of array was this? Could it be that all our attacks were teleported back? How could there be such a terrifying array in the world? The people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds were dumbfounded. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. You want to break my world's end near at hand array so easily? You must be dreaming. This array formation was his latest masterpiece. Previously, he had read a lot of information about ancient arrays in the Immortal Palace's treasure vault and combined it with his own attainments. Finally, he had created such an array. This array was called the World's End Near at Hand Array. It had the ability to teleport people randomly. After entering, who knew where they would be teleported to? Even the dark red dragon did not know. Seeing that the black quicksand had really blocked the people from the 3 great sage sacred grounds, the 3 martial artists in the array breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens sacred ground were pale, and in despair. The 3 great sage sacred grounds combined could not do anything to this snake. How could this be? Could it be that they would have to be its servants for the rest of their lives? No, they screamed crazily in their hearts. This kind of life was worse than death. However, it was impossible for them to die, because the dark red dragon had started to torture the people from the 9 heavens' sacred ground for the 3 martial artists from the immortal palace. His purpose was naturally to provoke the experts outside the array. Sure enough, when the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens' sacred ground were stepped on and slapped, the experts outside were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah, damn it! I must kill you all. Let go of our people. They were about to go crazy. This was a slap in the face. The 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunders sacred ground were also roaring in anger. However, they did not feel any psychological pressure, because there was no one among the lackeys. Chapter 25:08. The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the 2 holy lands and sneered. Initially, he did not intend to attack the 2 of you. But since the 2 of you were so reckless, how dare you jump out and go against me? Then, don't blame me. 9 big lackeys, get over here. This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 figures flew over from the distant passageway. As soon as these 9 people appeared, they half knelt in the void. Greetings, Master. What? Seeing the scene, the surrounding people went crazy. The faces of the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunders sacred land instantly sank. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, as they realized that 7 of the 9 lackeys were actually from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunders sacred land. The remaining 2 were from the Tai dynasty. 9 lackeys, I order you to slap each other. The harder the better. If I go soft on you, don't blame me for being impolite, the dark red divine dragon ordered. Hearing this, the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. As for the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunder holy land, they roared furiously. They were really mad. Previously, when they saw the people from the 9 heavens holy ground being slapped in the face, they did not feel anything. But who would have thought that it would be their turn so soon? Not only were the 9 lackeys' lives in the hands of the dark red divine dragon, but their souls had also been implanted with a slave mark. Therefore, at this moment, although they were instinctively unwilling, once the dark red divine dragon activated this kind of mark, they simply could not control themselves and began to interact with each other. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Those people's faces were shattered in an instant, but they were all experts and could recover instantly. Thus, in an instant, countless slaps were heard. The dark red dragon raised its wine cup and said to the passageways in all directions, "Come, come, come. Today, I'll treat everyone to a good show. It's free. You don't have to be afraid. Just enjoy it. Heavens, what happened? What was wrong with these people from the Holy Lands? Was he caught in an illusion? This crawling snake was too heaven-defying, using the people of the Holy Land as lackeys. He even slapped him in the face in public. This was the same as taking the lives of those Holy Lands. That's right, if they couldn't kill this snake, they would really lose all their face. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Fuck. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it." The other warriors in the passageway were stunned. The people of the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunder holy land were furious. The 2 saints, in particular, were brimming with killing intent. Attack. Capture them for me. Hearing this, the 2 elders of the 5 elements palace took action. They stretched out their hands, and countless rays of light flashed in their palms, instantly enveloping those people. The people from the 10,000 lightning holy land were the same. They had to capture him. Otherwise, they would be utterly humiliated. The dark red divine dragon sneered at the sight. "You want to take him back? Do you think that's possible? Attack him. Kill them all." He formed another seal, and the seals in those people's minds trembled. Roar, kill. Those people roared out angrily, their eyes completely red. They didn't recognize anyone, directly attacking the large hand in the sky. In an instant, he had destroyed their attacks. Furthermore, they were charging toward the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 lightning holy land. Humph! The Five Elements Saint snorted coldly as a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He rushed out of the Five Elements mountain and blasted it forward. With a loud boom, the three figures in front of him were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Nothing was left. They were directly killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. The people of the Five Elements Palace were also stunned. They didn't expect their saint to be so decisive and merciless. They had killed all of their own people. They were already under his control. They were no longer his own people. The Five Elements Saint's cold voice rang out, making everyone's scalp tingle. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint also made his move. An ice thunder divine spear pierced through the four directions, nailing the people who had just arrived to the void. In an instant, the 9 lackeys were mercilessly killed by the 2 great sages' sons. Blood rained down from the sky. When the people of the Immortal Palace saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. He sneered, "How shameless! They even killed their own people." To be honest, he didn't expect the 2 saints to be so ruthless. When the people of the 9 heavens' holy land saw this scene, a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Among them, a few of the palace's discussed and decided to attack. Those people probably wouldn't survive. Otherwise, if they used them now, they might be able to break the array. The few old men nodded. In the next moment, they suddenly formed seals, and a strange aura exuded from their bodies. Not good. The dark red divine dragon's face changed. "Damn, you guys are too shameless." He roared and completely distanced himself from the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens' holy land. At the same time, his body expanded and turned into a huge dragon, enveloping the 3 martial artists of the Immortal Palace. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens' holy land suddenly exploded. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Everything was annihilated. The light shone brightly, and the energy surged. What happened? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens' holy land to suddenly explode. What was going on? Could it be that the people of the 9 heavens' holy land had done it? They looked at the sky. Indeed, the 9 heavens' holy land's elders looked extremely cold. There was still a lingering fierce aura on their bodies. It was indeed them who had done it. It seemed that the 9 heavens' holy land was also ruthless. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Saint land were overjoyed. That's great. This energy will definitely be able to tear apart the array formation. He might even be able to kill that snake. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the front. There were countless cracks on the defensive array in front of them. Some parts were even broken, and several black holes appeared. Great. The array was broken. They wondered how the snake was doing. They looked over. However, at this moment, a scream came from within the light. "Damn. It hurts. Who the fuck did it? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The scream made everyone's scalp tingle. What? That guy didn't die. However, judging by the scream, even if he didn't die, he was half dead. The people of the 9 heavens' holy land sneered. Great. As long as they could injure the other party, it would be much easier to capture him. However, when the light that filled the sky disappeared, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? Impossible. The other party was unharmed. How was this possible? They were all crazy. They realized that the other party's body was black, as if he had been struck by lightning. However, there were no cracks on the other party's body. There was no blood flowing out. The other party was not injured. Damn it, what kind of physique was that? Even the holy son of the Demon King Palace didn't have such a physique. Chapter 2509. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground went crazy. They didn't expect a snake's body to be so strong. The dark red dragon grimaced in pain. Although it didn't crack, the pain was very obvious. He stared at the 9 heavens sacred ground. Damn it, I'm going to roast you all later. Humph, you don't even have an array, and you still dare to be arrogant? The 5 elements saint sneered. Kill. Countless people charged forward. However, although the defensive array was broken, the world's end near-at-hand array was still intact. This made everyone frown again. Don't worry, we also have array masters on the way here. The people from the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder sacred ground spoke. Hearing this, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground's eyes lit up. They already had array masters in their team. However, it would take a lot of time to break the array. But now, the other 2 sacred grounds had also sent array masters. With the 3 of them working together, they didn't believe that they couldn't break it. Moreover, they were really jealous of this array. If they could master it, it would definitely be a heaven-defying defensive method. Sure enough, after waiting for half a day, figures appeared in the passage. The array masters from the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder sacred ground had arrived. 4 white-haired old men walked over shakily. They looked at the black quicksand in the sky, their eyes shining. On the 9 heavens sacred ground side, an array master also walked out. The 5 array masters came forward together, ready to break it. Heavens, this is a teleportation. How did this snake do it? It's too exquisite. It definitely didn't make it. I think it must have gotten a treasure in this ancient tomb. The 5 array grandmasters said. They didn't think that the black quicksand was made by the snake. Moreover, it didn't matter whether it was made or not. They had to work together to break it. With the 5 array masters working together, it was indeed very powerful. The dark red dragon and the 3 members of the immortal palace were in danger again. One could imagine that once the world's end near-at-hand array was broken, what awaited them was the merciless killing of the 3 great sage. Little Xian, where the hell are you? Come quickly. The dark red dragon took out the array disk again and sent a message. Black Earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes. A vast aura erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Violent energy blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, he was now in the cultivation room of the Black Earth, so he didn't cause any impact to the interior of the ship. Middle stage 7-star. Lin Xian stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He was too excited. You've broken through. The black soil floated in. Lin Xian grinned and asked, How many days has it been? 7 days. 7 days. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. In just 7 days, he had advanced from early 7-star to middle 7-star. No one would believe him if he told others about it. One had to know that under normal circumstances, it would take 1 to 200 years for a king realm cultivator to break through from primary to intermediate king realm. As for him, he only needed 7 days. And it was done. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, all of this was due to the ancient medicinal pill. What surprised him even more was that not only did he make a breakthrough in his cultivation, but his great dragon sword soul had also awakened further. Now, his battle prowess was equivalent to a mid-8-star peerless cultivator. If the great dragon sword soul went all out and unleashed its maximum battle prowess, he would be able to contend with a late 8-star peerless cultivator. This didn't include his trump cards, such as the Black Earth and the Saint's Hand Bone. If he used those trump cards, he could even kill a late 8-star peerless cultivator. This filled Lin Xian with confidence. According to his estimation, he had only explored half of the saint's tomb. There should be even more heaven-defying treasures in the latter half of the tomb, right? There shouldn't be anything happening these few days, right? Lin Xian asked. Ruffian Dragon sent me 2 distress signals, but I saw that you were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt you. Distress signals? Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Listen to it. He too took the disc array over, and Lin Xian listened to it. It was indeed sent by Ruffian Dragon. He frowned. He knew the strength of the dark red divine dragon. It was at the level of a saint. Even the other saints wouldn't be able to do anything to it. But now, it had sent a distress signal. This meant that it was in danger. When he heard the second piece of information, he understood. The myriad thunder sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 9 heavens sacred ground were really courting death. He, too, used the array to lock onto Ruffian Dragon's position and fly over. No problem. Leave it to me. He too started to control it. Soon, the black earth flew over like a ray of light. On the other side, in the main hall, the world's end near at hand array had already dimmed. It was gradually being suppressed by the 5 top-notch array masters. 5 or 6 days have already passed. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? Could there have been an accident? The crimson divine dragon looked at the scene around him with a gloomy expression. If Lin Xian didn't come, it would be in trouble. It estimated that its world's end near at hand array could only last for 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, it might be broken by the enemy. At that time, it would be difficult for it to deal with the enemy's army. Even if it could escape, it would be severely injured. That was not what it wanted. Another day passed. The 5 array masters were excited because they felt that they would be able to break the array one day. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground, 5 elements palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground were also excited. Their eyes shone with a sharp light. Crawling snake, prepare to die. The people from 5 elements palace sneered. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground gritted their teeth. Suddenly, 7 or 8 rays of light came from afar. These 7 or 8 rays of light were very fast. There was a floating immortal palace on top of them, shining with thousands of rays of light. The people from 9 heavens sacred ground were here. Could those immortal palaces belong to Jiuxiao Seiko? Sure enough, the people from 9 heavens sacred ground all turned their heads. Buzz. Their eyes shone with a sharp light as they went up to greet them. How was it? Did you find a saint? They asked anxiously. However, the 7 or 8 people who came had ugly expressions. Some of the elders even cried. Ah. We are guilty. The saint was killed. What? The saint was killed. How could this be? Didn't they say that the immortal palaces took him away after he was struck? This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned the people from 9 heavens sacred ground, the people from 5 elements palace, 10,000 thunder sacred ground, and the surrounding people were all stunned, especially the 5 elements saint and 10,000 thunder saint. Their faces were ugly. They were holy sons themselves, so they knew how difficult it was to kill a holy son. But now, Jiuxiao Seiko was killed. What was going on? Was Jiuxiao Seiko really killed? By who? Could it be Lin Xian? In the distance, the 5 array grandmasters stopped what they were doing and frowned. The dark red divine dragon laughed. Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Who asked you to be so arrogant and find trouble with me? How was it? The saint was struck by someone. He was too happy. He was annoyed that he had been trapped here for the past few days. Now that he heard the news, it was as if he had eaten an iced watermelon in the summer. The 3 martial artists from Immortal Palaces also felt their eyelids twitching. Could it be the temple master? Chapter 25:10. Damn it! Is it that Lin Xian? The elders of the 9 heavens' sacred ground roared. Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. It was as if they had turned into demons. This news was too much for them to bear. Impossible! This is impossible! Among them, an elder in a white robe roared. Ah, damn it! Another elder went crazy. No, I believe. A few elders cried. Their tears turned into blood rain and scattered in the air. Not good. Retreat. The faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. That was because they could feel a shocking killing intent coming from the front. Puff, puff. Those who were slow in running were directly blasted away. Many of them were pierced by the killing intent. Defend. Even the people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground on the side were holding up their domains and armors as they retreated. They realized that the people of the 9 heavens' sacred ground had really gone crazy. Kill, kill, kill. The killing intent of those experts pierced through the sky. With the immortal palace around, how could he be killed? An elder questioned. This immortal palace was a supreme treasure. However, the 7 or 8 experts who rushed overgritted their teeth. We don't know. When they arrived, only the immortal palace was left. Jiuxiao Seiko's storage ring was gone. All the treasures on him were plundered. His body was split in half, and his soul was completely destroyed. There was no way he could survive. As for the murderer, we don't know. These elders' faces were extremely ugly. If this news were to spread to the sacred ground, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. One had to know that the sacred ground had paid a huge price to cultivate a saint, but now he had fallen in this ancient tomb. This was definitely a huge earthquake. Find the murderer. We must find the murderer. Cut him into pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the sacred ground. These elders had really gone crazy. Among them, many turned their heads and stared at the dark red dragon. It's them. It must be the people of the immortal palace. Kill the snake. Kill that Lin Xian. Kill everyone from the immortal palace. Avenge our saint. Fuck, what nonsense are you spouting? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Which fucking eye did you see us do it? Killing the saint was also a big deal. And the dark red divine dragon was unwilling to admit it. It's you. No matter what, Lin Xian must die. If it were not for him, the Holy Sun would not have been injured, and no one would have dared to attack the Holy Sun. Therefore, the main culprit was still Lin Xian. Kill. These people roared crazily and attacked like crazy. However, due to the presence of the World's End near at hand formation, those attacks were all teleported away. However, these people had gone crazy. Dozens of 9 heavens' holy ground cultivators attacked without any regard for their lives. There were even people who directly entered the World's End near at hand array. At this moment, 2 attacks were sent towards the dark red divine dragon. One of them was even sent in. Haha, that's great. This was a random teleportation. As long as we try a few more times, we will definitely be able to enter. That elder roared madly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Damn snake, go to hell for me. They had gone crazy. They could not accept the fact that their holy son had been killed. Therefore, they vented all their anger and killing intent on the dark red divine dragon. This scene stunned all the surrounding martialists. Even the dark red divine dragon did not expect that the other party could be randomly teleported to its side. The probability was too small. The person who was teleported was an elder. He was a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That piercing aura seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Feeling this killing intent, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Sure enough, these 9 heavens' holy ground people were going crazy. How could an ordinary, peerless almighty exude such a terrifying killing intent? Boundless light surged, and a violent force was about to swallow the dark red divine dragon and the three immortal palace martial artists. The three immortal palace martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They thought that they were young geniuses, but under such a terrifying killing intent, they had no way to fight back. They felt the void around them freeze, and the energy in their bodies was also frozen. They could not resist at all. Roar! The dark red divine dragon roared, and the dragon's roar turned into a sound wave that surged forward to fight back. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. At the same time, he swung his dragon tail, and a red river slashed out like a heavenly blade. Pung, pung, pung! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the two forces of energy dissipated in the sky at the same time. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The nine heavens holy ground people were stunned, and so were the five elements palace and myriad thunder holy ground people. The elder of the nine heavens holy ground had gone crazy and struck out a shocking blow, but he still could not do anything to the other party. One had to admit that the other party was too strong. Its strength was probably not comparable to these holy sons and elders. Damn it, what kind of species is this? A variant of the heavens and earth? The myriad thunder saint's face was gloomy, and the five elements saint's eyes were like divine lamps. It seemed like it was indeed a variant of the heavens and earth. Thinking about it, it should have some kind of powerful flood dragon bloodline. Otherwise, his physique would not be so strong. So what if he had the flood dragon bloodline? Today, he provoked us, so he must die. Go to hell. Just as the two holy sons were talking, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground and the dark red divine dragon were still exchanging close to 100 blows, and the surrounding area was shattered. There was not a single spot in the void of the entire main hall that was intact. Damn it, do you really think that I'm a pushover? The dark red divine dragon was also angry. It waved its dragon claws and formed two arrays that overlapped, protecting the three martial artists of the immortal palace. At the same time, its body swayed, and it turned into a giant dragon, roaring as it charged out. The dragons used their grand super skills, and countless red lights in the sky were like red swords fighting against the dark red divine dragon. After another 300 blows, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed as half of his body was smashed by the dark red divine dragon's claws. Blood mist filled the air, and the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed as he retreated frantically. He entered the black quicksand and was teleported out. He did not appear in the main hall, and no one knew where he was. But soon a roar came from afar. The elder with half of his body came out from a passage, and the half of his body had already recovered. His face was incomparably pale. Damn it, the elder roared crazily. He did not expect that with his peerless strength and the nine heavens holy ground's unique skill, he would not be able to defeat the other party. In the distance, the people of the five elements palace and the myriad thunder saints' eyes lit up. They had finally found a way to kill the other party. Hurry up, everyone, get into the black quicksand. Although it was a random teleportation, there was still a certain probability that they would be teleported to the other party. As long as they were near the other party, they would immediately kill them. Chapter 25:11. He had to use all of his trump cards. The five elements saint and the myriad thunder saint gave the order. The nine heavens holy ground's elder roared, and everyone from the nine heavens holy ground rushed over. On the other side, the people from the five elements palace and the myriad thunder holy ground also rushed over. They were continuously transported by the black quicksand. However, after many attempts, three of the Almighties finally arrived near the dark red divine dragon. Not good. Lord Dragon, be careful. In the array behind, the three immortal palace martial artists were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the three of them worked together, they could probably even kill a saint. Therefore, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon was in absolute danger. As expected, the dark red divine dragon was pushed back as soon as they exchanged blows. Fuck, this emperor is in so much pain. The dark red divine dragon rolled in the sky and bared his teeth. His eyes emitted a bloody light, and his body was overflowing with killing intent. With a swing of his tail, the three immortal palace martial artists were sent into the black quicksand. At the same time, he said, "Hurry up and leave. Teleport out. Don't stay here." The three immortal palace martial artists entered the black quicksand and were completely teleported out, disappearing from the main hall. Seeing this, the martial artists of the three holy lands roared out in anger. "Damn, don't let me be teleported too." They struck out layers of light, and the three king domains floated in the air, completely sealing the space where the dark red divine dragon was. "Damn it, do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Seeing the three immortal palace martial artists eyeing him covetously, the dark red divine dragon was furious. He was a dignified dragon. When had he ever been beaten like this? In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The dragon blood turned into a sharp sword and flew out instantly. Poof! An elder from the Five Elements palace screamed. His body was penetrated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. However, this elder was a great sage after all. Although the injury was serious, it was not fatal. Whoosh! The elder from the Five Elements palace retreated. The power of the Five Elements palace rolled in his body, and his internal organs were instantly regenerated. However, his face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Damn it! Be careful. This guy is too evil." The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. A mouthful of blood was enough to severely injure a peerless almighty. Heavens, what kind of blood is this? God's blood? The other two almighties wore solemn expressions. They shot out countless beams of light. Among them, the Almighty from the 9 heavens' holy ground shot out a pagoda with 9 floors. Floating in the sky, thousands of rays of light shone down and enveloped the dark red divine dragon. The old man from the 10,000 thunder holy land was wearing a thunder battle robe. Terrifying lightning covered the entire sky. The elder of the Five Elements palace took out a large amount of elixirs and swallowed them. His pale complexion also became rosy. Bume, 5-colored cauldron, rushed out of his body and floated in front of him. Then he attacked again. The 3 experts besieged the dark red dragon once again. For a moment, the dark red divine dragon was in danger. Even if he was a dragon, even if he was an old monster, he was still forced to retreat. However, this was already shocking enough, because if an ordinary almighty was surrounded by 3 experts of the same level, he would probably be killed very quickly. However, the dark red divine dragon had persisted for so long and was still not killed. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. However, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed, unless reinforcements arrived. However, would the people from the Immortal Palace really come? It had been so many days, but they had not come. Perhaps they did not even know what had happened here. Damn snake! Go to hell! The elder of the 9 heavens holy land roared. The 9-story pagoda above his head turned into a towering mountain and pressed down. On the other side, the elder of the 10,000 thunder holy land formed streaks of heavenly tribulation and thunder and blasted down. The powerhouse of the 5 Elements palace activated the 5-colored cauldron and directly smashed through the void. He wanted to suck the dark red divine dragon into the cauldron. The dark red divine dragon could not dodge the 3 ultimate moves at all. He roared and sent the 5-colored cauldron flying. At the same time, he relied on his strong body to resist the thunder that filled the sky. However, he could not resist the last 9 floors of the pagoda. It was about to envelop him. Go to hell, snakes! Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens' holy land turned solemn. The surrounding powerhouses of the 9 heavens' holy land laughed wildly. Their eyes were filled with blood-red light, and they looked like demons. At this moment, a sword light appeared and directly slashed the 9-story pagoda. With a clang, the 9-story pagoda was sent flying. What? It was blocked. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Old Zhang of the 9 heavens' holy land even took a few steps back. He stopped and shouted coldly, "Who is it? How dare you interfere in my business? Get over here and die." He was really crazy. How dare someone interfere in the current situation? Who is so reckless? Humph, I think you should be the one getting over here and die. A cold voice sounded. The void split open, and a young figure descended. What? Damn, kid? It's you? Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens' holy land was stunned. The surrounding martial artists of the 5 elements palace and 10,000 thunder holy land all looked over. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Lin Xian, it's you. Ha ha, kid, I wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. The elder of the 5 elements palace laughed loudly. The people of 10,000 thunder holy land snorted coldly. Seems like you didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell instead. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Kid, I'll tear you to pieces. The people of the 9 heavens holy land were even more murderous. The 4 powerhouses in the sky descended and surrounded Lin Xian. To be honest, they were too excited. They did not expect the murderer of their holy son to be here. Below, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xian. He quickly took out some treasures and swallowed them. At the same time, his body swayed, and he appeared in the sky. Kid, be careful. These guys from the 9 heavens holy land are crazy. Their holy son was killed by someone, and now they suspect you? Destroyed? I did split him in half with my sword. Lin Xian admitted it directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The dark red dragon explained, "No, after you split him, someone else killed him. This time, his body and soul were destroyed. Someone else killed him." Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect so many things to happen while he was in seclusion. Jiuxiao Seiko was really killed. A holy son had fallen just like that. This was indeed a big deal. No wonder the people of the 9 heavens holy land were so crazy. However, what did this have to do with him? Humph, this Jiuxiao Seiko is really unlucky. Lin Xian sneered. Chapter 25:12. The elder screamed, "Damn, kid, don't try to deny it. You killed our holy son. Today, we must kill you. We will use your blood to pay tribute to our holy son. We must catch you, skin you alive, and send you to the 18th level of hell. Never! Kill him. Avenge our holy son." The martial artists of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. The people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunders sacred ground also gathered around. "Kid, looks like you are going to die today. I don't know what kind of hatred you have for Jiuxiao Seiko to kill him," the 5 elements saint said coldly. The myriad thunders saint sneered. "Yeah, can't we talk it out? Why do you have to kill him?" The 2 of them were very sinister. Although they did not know who did it, they had already identified Lin Xian as the murderer. This way, they could kill him together with the nine heavens' sacred ground. Fuck, you two are so shameless. Which eye of yours saw us do it? The dark red divine dragon scolded. These two holy sons are too sinister. He wished he could cook them and eat them. Lin Xian's face darkened as he stared coldly at the five-element saint and the myriad thunder saint. I will say it again. I did not kill Joxiao Seiko, but the two of you might be killed by me on the spot. Lin Xian did have the intention to kill the five-element saint and the myriad thunder saint. The two of them had gone against him time and time again. Did they really think he would not kill them? Don't try to deny it. You killed him. Admit your guilt. The myriad thunder saint and the five-element saint sneered. Kid, go to hell. The elders of the nine heavens' holy ground roared out in anger as dozens of them struck out together. The sky was filled with light and exploded in front of them. There were so many experts. No one among the Almighties would be able to resist them, let alone the holy sons. Lin Xian did not resist. His body shook as he used the demigods and semi-devils to dodge in the sky. After the breakthrough, his speed had increased tremendously compared to before. Coupled with the heaven-defying speed of the demigods and semi-devils, he was able to move faster than before. For a moment, his figure was erratic, and his speed was beyond the imagination of these people. What a fast speed! The martial artists around them exclaimed. They discovered that such a violent power had actually failed to hit the other party and had allowed him to escape. Five-element seal, myriad thunder purgatory. The five-element saint sun and the myriad thunder saint sun used two sealing mystic abilities to completely seal the entire hall. They would never allow him to escape. So what if you did? I don't believe that you can hide forever. The two saints sneered the holy sun and the holy sons of the nine heavens' sacred ground. Their gazes were like heavenly blades that pierced through all directions. Soon, they locked onto Lin Xian again. Brat, you have to pay with your life for killing my holy son. Lin Xian was infuriated as well. He sneered, You said I killed him? Then I'll take it that I killed him. So what if I killed him? Speaking of this, an extremely violent aura exploded from his body. It was like a storm sweeping in all directions. Once this aura appeared, the surrounding people trembled, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! How can this kid be so strong? The five-element saint and the myriad thunder saint were even more shocked. Impossible! How did his aura become stronger again? The two of them were crazy because they realized that the other party's aura was on par with theirs. But now, the other party's aura had surpassed theirs. How could this be? Damn it, where did this brat go during the time that he disappeared? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Cries of surprise rang out. The dark red divine dragon also exclaimed, Kid, you broke through? Yes, Lin Xian nodded. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and pointed it forward. You won't let me go? You killed my immortal palace's disciple and trapped my companion. Now you want to kill me? Do you think I will let you go? Come, let's see who will die first. His cold voice was accompanied by countless rays of sword light. At this moment, he was like a sword god that everyone looked up to. Humph. So what if you've become stronger? We have so many people. It's easy to kill you. The five elements saint said coldly. The myriad thunder saint gritted his teeth. Damn it. He broke through in such a short time. They were jealous. Kill. The martial artists from the nine heavens' sacred ground were even crazier. Indeed. So what if he had become stronger? They had so many people. Would they be afraid of him? Swoosh, swoosh. Several elders from the nine heavens' sacred ground charged forward. Boom. A dazzling palm covered the sky like countless clouds. It carried with it an unparalleled divine aura, and slammed down from the sky. When this force came out, everyone's scalps went numb. It was too violent. The 4 elders were enough to destroy everything. No one present would be able to fight against them. Buzz, looking at this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone sharply. The sword qi on his body shone brighter and brighter, constantly rising. Swoosh! His body was like a flickering shadow, quickly dodging the sharp palm. At the same time, he appeared in another space. Whoosh! The ancient dragon abyss sword was swung as if a giant dragon was roaring. Boom! This ray of sword light enveloped one of the elders. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and blood spurted out. The elder who was enveloped by the sword light was cut in half. However, he did not die immediately. His miserable scream reverberated, and his internal organs and blood stained the void red. What? He was cut in half by a sword. Another sword. Everyone was stunned. That elder was a peerless almighty. He was extremely powerful. However, he was cut in half by Lin Xian's sword. The eyelids of the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder's Sacred Grounds martial artists twitched wildly. The people from the 9 Heavens' Sacred Ground screamed. This was impossible. How could he be so powerful? That was not his trump card. It was just a casual ray of sword light, and it split one of their elders. No, they could not believe it. On the battlefield, the other 3 elders from the 9 Heavens' Sacred Ground were also facing a formidable enemy. They quickly retreated. They came to the side of the elder who was cut in half, wanting to save him first. Buzz. A golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. In the next moment, the elder who was cut in half screamed again. His body, which had originally healed, kept rolling in the sky. His aged face was contorted in disbelief. Not good. A soul attack. The expressions of the remaining 3 elders changed drastically. Such a strange method. Perhaps only a soul attack could do it. Damn it! Save him! They struck out with unparalleled magical power and poured it into the old man's body, wanting to save him. However, the elder's neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Dead. A peerless almighty was killed just like that. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method was this? This was too heaven-defying. Chapter 25:13. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? This scene made the faces of the 5 Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint turn dark. Their hearts raced. The one who was killed was an early 8-star saint. Even they would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. However, his opponent had effortlessly killed him with 2 moves. This was shocking. Damn it, little Xian, you're amazing. Behind them, the dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise when it saw this scene. But soon he laughed wildly. Ha ha! Awesome! This is awesome! Who asked you to be so arrogant? Damn it, kill them all! A strange voice rang in the sky. Everyone was silent, completely stunned. The people from the 9 Heavens' Sacred Ground were even more shocked. Soon they came to their senses. Damn it! This kid is too strong. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. Attack together? Do you think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian kept changing his position in the sky. Every time he appeared, these people would exclaim. He was too fast, so fast that their souls couldn't keep up. How could they fight? If the other party kept moving at high speed, they wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. At this moment, the people from the 9 Heavens' Sacred Ground were extremely sullen. They thought that they could avenge their saint today, but they didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The people from the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were also solemn. However, they didn't retreat. This was because they felt that the other party was too terrifying. They had to kill him today. Otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would be a great enemy of the 3 great sage sacred grounds. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you have any trump cards, use them all. The 5 elements saint said coldly. The aura on his body also erupted rapidly, and a 5 elements mountain appeared above his head. Today, he would definitely die. The myriad thunder saint took a step forward, and a purple sea of lightning formed around his body. Use the heavenly palace. The few elders of the 9 heavens' holy ground retreated one after another. They gathered together and struck out a series of hand seals. Whoosh! The heavenly palace that originally belonged to Joshua Seiko floated in the sky, emitting thousands of rays of light. It was as if it had really fallen from the immortal realm into the human world. A shocking force burst out from his body. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. What the hell is this? Wasn't this Joshua Seiko's divine ability? No, Joshua Seiko was already dead, but this immortal palace was still here. This was definitely not Joshua Seiko's sacred art. This must be one of the treasures of the 9 heavens' holy ground. Precious treasure? Are you saying that Joshua Seiko possessed an extremely terrifying weapon and was killed by someone? Heavens, who was it that did it? No wonder the people from the 9 heavens' holy ground didn't believe him. The surrounding people exclaimed and discussed animatedly. There were all sorts of speculations in their hearts. The people of the 9 heavens' holy ground were indeed aggrieved. The immortal palace in their hands was a precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Even if Ju Xiao Seiko encountered a terrifying enemy, no one below invincible kings would be able to break out of the immortal palace. However, why had their holy son been killed? They couldn't figure it out at all. In the sky, immortal light blossomed with incomparable brilliance as the mysterious door slowly opened. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feeling this aura, everyone's face changed, and they kept retreating. It was too terrifying. This aura could kill everyone. Lin Xian's face was also solemn. He never dared to be careless when facing the immortal palace. His body swayed, and the dragon sword realm appeared beside him, wrapping him up and turning into the shadow of an azure dragon. However, at this time, the 5 elements read, and the 1,000 Thunder Holy Lands trump cards were also displayed. His sword light that filled the sky dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted. Competing with trump cards? Do you think you're the only ones with trump cards? Buzz. Boom. A golden light appeared in the sky, and a white bone floated. An extremely violent aura spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal palace trembled, and the 5 elements mountain shook. The lightning in the sky dimmed. The entire sky couldn't bear it, and countless cracks appeared. The surrounding martial artists vomited blood and were sent flying. Damn it, what was that? They were going crazy. A small bone in the sky could emit such an aura. Did it have to be so terrifying? A sage. This belonged to a sage. Damn it. He actually had such a thing. The elders of the 5 elements palace screamed. The people of the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land also felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 9 heavens holy land were even more shocked. How could they resist a sage's item? Everyone, don't panic. He's just a small powerhouse. How could he fully unleash the power of a sage? If he unleashed it, he would probably be destroyed in both body and soul. Therefore, although the sage's bone was powerful, it wasn't impossible to resist. The 5 elements saint said coldly. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Indeed, so what if it was a sage's item? If it couldn't unleash its full power, it would be useless. Although they didn't have a sage's item, they could unleash the full power of their trump cards. In this way, it wasn't impossible to block the sage's bone. Sure enough, in the sky, the 3 great sages' trump cards blocked the sage's aura. Seeing this scene, the three great sages people heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. This scene was completely within his plan. What he wanted to do was to block these people's trump cards. As for killing these people, he would do it himself. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over like a flickering shadow. The dragon sword realm above his head covered the entire sky. Thousands of sword chi flew out like a rain of swords, enveloping everyone in front of him. Courting death, those people were furious. How dare the other party challenge the three great sages' powerhouses alone? Too arrogant, too arrogant. They fought back crazily. Behind them, the dark red dragon also charged forward. It opened its mouth and spat out 7 to 8 killing arrays. At the same time, the dragon swung its tail and rushed into the crowd to kill. Whoosh! A mouthful of dragon flames was spat out, and many people screamed. The dark red dragon was like an old monster, rampaging through the world. He had been too aggrieved before. Now that he seized this opportunity, how could he not fight back? In an instant, a great battle broke out in the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian appeared near the nine heavens' holy ground and slashed out with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Pung pung pung! Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out. Those nine heavens' holy ground martial artists fought back. In the end, their weapons were instantly cut into pieces. Damn it! Not good! Heaven-class treasure! These people's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. So, what if it's a heaven-class treasure? I have one too. An elder roared, holding a long spear in his hand, and charged forward. With a clang, it collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, and a bright light burst out. The world shook, and many people were sent flying. Chapter 25:14. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-tier treasure. The old man held a long spear in his hand, his killing intent awe-inspiring. Let's see if your heaven-tier treasure spear or my treasure sword is more powerful. Lin Xian instantly unlocked the ancient sword's 3 seals. An incomparably violent sword chi slashed out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The elder's arm went numb, and his long spear was sent flying. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it! How could his strength be so strong? The light on the elder's body soared into the sky, wrapping around his heaven-tier treasure spear as he frantically retreated. Want to leave? Not so easy. Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll give you this chance. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and chased after him. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the injured elder's scalp went numb. The others from the 9 heavens' holy ground charged over. Not only that, the people from the 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder holy ground also charged over. Countless attacks shattered the front. However, Lin Xian's speed was beyond their expectations. In an instant, he dodged these attacks. The remaining energy shockwaves were all destroyed by the sword chi on his body. Moreover, these people attacked Lin Xian while resisting the thousands of sword lights in the sky. It could be said that they were in a mess. Lin Xian easily dodged the attacks and once again came in front of the injured elder. Old bastard, do you think you can kill me just because you have more people? Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting, cold-killing intent. Since the people from the 3 great sage holy lands wanted to kill him, then he would not be lenient. He wanted to see who would kill who today. Courting death, the elder was so angry that he vomited blood. You're just a kid. What qualifications do you have to say such words to me? Is that so? I'm a kid? You're an elder? But so what? Today, I'll kill you, an elder. Sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's body. The surrounding people's faces changed, and even a few experts who rushed over were directly sent flying. A series of dragon roars and sword cries rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire hall had turned into a world of sword Tao. Everyone was trembling. Even the 5-element saint and the myriad thunder saint were shocked. The two of them looked at each other and quickly charged over. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to make a move. However, Lin Xian was even faster. Pung! The sword slashed down and landed on the heaven-tier treasured spear. The huge force caused the elder to be sent flying again. There were even more places on his body that had collapsed. Other than his head, which was still intact, the rest of his body was torn apart. The old man was scared out of his wits. Light blossomed from his head, and a mysterious rune flickered between his eyebrows. He was protecting his soul because he knew that Lin Xian had a terrifying soul attack. He didn't want his soul to be destroyed in an instant. If that happened, he would really be dead for sure. Shwa! Lin Xian disappeared and dodged the attacks of the myriad Thunder Saint Sun and the 5-element Saint Sun. In the next moment, he arrived before the old man once more. At this moment, the old man's body was glowing, and he had recovered. His face was extremely ugly. At this moment, he had swallowed countless treasures and even swallowed 2 elixirs that could increase his combat strength. Buzz! He held the long spear, and a bloody light burst out from his eyes. Damn brat, go to hell! The long spear danced, and a terrifying and violent power accompanied by a murderous aura pierced out. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a green dragon that coiled around him. Thousands of sword chi destroyed all the power around him. Swallowing elixirs? That's your trump card? You're such an elder? You want to use elixirs to increase your strength against a young junior like me? What a joke. Shameless. Ah, damn it. I'll kill you. The old man was furious. How dare Su Mo look down on him? What right did Su Mo have to look down on him? He was a peerless almighty, an elder of the sacred land, an expert who dominated a region. When had he ever been looked down on by a young man? He roared crazily and completely shattered the void in front of him. However, he couldn't hurt Su Mo at all. What peerless almighty? What elder? In my eyes, you're just a piece of trash who climbed to your current position in 1,000 years. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as killing a dog. At the end of his sentence, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body exploded again. A dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Boom! The ancient dragon abyss sword released an unparalleled power. The current Lin Xian could completely withstand the power of the 3 seals. Therefore, the ancient dragon abyss sword was unstoppable. Sky-shattering, battle song, chaotic pattern, God Punisher. The 4 killer moves exploded, completely destroying the void below. Violent sword, intent swept through the 9 heavens. The old man didn't have time to dodge or resist. His body exploded and turned into blood. Even his soul was directly destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light. Only a purple spear was left in the sky. Ruffian dragon! Lin Xian waved his hand and sent the purple spear flying. The dark red dragon swung its tail and caught it. Seeing this scene, the people of the 9 heavens' sacred ground screamed crazily. No, damn it, give us back our treasures. Ah, you actually dared to kill our elder. I won't let you go. They were all crazy. Su Mo had killed their elder. That was a peerless almighty. Moreover, he was a peerless almighty who used a heaven-grade treasure. They couldn't believe it. At this moment, the young disciples were all frightened and kept retreating. What a joke! How could they fight against such a terrifying person? All the disciples retreated, and the elders went forward. Kill him for me. The elders of the 9 heavens' sacred ground also understood this, so they hurriedly let the young disciples use the array to attack from afar. As for the elders, they would fight in close combat. The 5 elements palace and the 1,000 thunder sacred ground used the same method. Among them, the 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint led the charge. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to get rid of Su Mo, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 elements saint and the 1,000 thunder saint joined forces and attacked Lin Xian together. Lin Xian's sword light flashed and shattered the void. He stopped and stared at the 2 saints coldly. Just nice. I'll get rid of the 2 of you today. Ruffian dragon, Lin Xian roared. The dark red dragon swung its tail and sent a group of people flying with its spear. At the same time, he said, "Understood." He naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. With a wave of his dragon claw, black quicksand swept out and enveloped the 1,000 thunder saint and the others, teleporting them randomly. Damn it! Seeing this, the 5 elements saint roared and retreated quickly. Originally, he wanted to join forces with the 1,000 thunder saint to kill Su Mo with absolute strength. Chapter 25:15. The 10,000 thunder saint had been randomly teleported away before he even started attacking. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. Therefore, he had to stop. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered disdainfully. Why, without the 10,000 thunder saint, you don't dare to attack. What a piece of trash. Coward! Get lost, you ant. You're not worthy of my attack. What? He actually called the 5 elements saint a piece of trash? Coward? In the distance, those people did not leave and were watching from afar. When they heard that, their scalps went numb and their hearts beat wildly. Who dared to call the 5 elements saint a coward, a piece of trash? No one in the younger generation was qualified to say that. However, at this moment, the other party said it without hesitation. The 5 elements saint's face was terrifyingly dark. You're courting death. He was really mad. Indeed, without the 10,000 thunder saint, he did not have full confidence. However, it was just a lack of confidence. This did not mean that he was afraid of the other party, nor did it mean that he was afraid of the other party. The other party dared to call him an ant. He dared to call him a piece of trash. He could not stand it. Kid, do you really think I can't beat you? The 5 elements saint's voice was cold. I just want to find a safe way. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you alone. The 5 elements saint was really angry. He said coldly, "Everyone listen up. Step back and don't attack. I want to kill him alone." Saint, when the people of the 5 elements palace heard that, they were extremely anxious. The 5 elements saint snorted. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Or are you saying that even you don't believe me? Do you think I'm a piece of trash? When those words came out, the people of the 5 elements palace did not dare to speak. What a joke. The 5 elements saint was a powerful existence. At such a young age, he had defeated all the heroes and obtained the position of saint. How could such a person be a piece of trash? How could he be an ant? Forget it. Let the saint do it himself. Yes, with the saint's strength, it was definitely not something that this kid could imagine. Kid, you're dead. Our saint has been suppressing his strength. Today, he will show it all. You will definitely die. What? The 5 elements saint suppressed his strength? When the people in the distance heard that, they were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Suppressing his strength? Don't flatter yourself. Show me what you've got. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be invincible. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Every word he said transformed into countless sword waves that blasted out in all directions. For a time, No one could get close to him. Kid, you don't have to provoke me. I'll show you. I will let you see the true five elements world. The five elements saint's expression was cold, as he quickly formed 5 seals. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revolved around him. The 5-element seal was undone. A cold voice sounded. The 5 elements saint's power exploded again, reaching the peak. A terrifying power of the 5th form swept across the surroundings. Everyone took a few steps back. So powerful. The 5 elements saint's power had indeed skyrocketed. Heavens, could it be that he really suppressed his strength? What was he trying to do? Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his opponent's strength had increased. But so what? Today, he had to kill him. I was planning to use my 5 phases world to deal with Leaf Daudenier and Sage Sun Alcade. Who could have guessed that I would use it on you instead? However, you can die in peace now. Sure enough. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental light appeared around the 5-element saint. They connected with each other and formed a strange world. Although it was called a world, it seemed to be the other party's domain. However, it was not an ordinary domain. It was an extremely strange 5 elements array that was formed by combining it with the 5 elements saint's domain. Its power was much stronger than a simple domain. Humph! The 5 elements saint snorted coldly. With a wave of his arm, a golden light flashed and turned into countless golden spears that flew forward. Each spear was flowing with a biting, cold, murderous aura. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to touch it lightly. How terrifying! Is this the 5 elements world? It is indeed powerful. That's right, this attack is much stronger than before. I wonder if that brat will be able to withstand it. Discussions broke out one after another. The people from the 5 elements holy land were paying close attention. The people from the 9 heavens holy land did not go forward. It was not that they did not want to go forward, but the 5 elements saint's domain made it impossible for them to go forward. The 5 elements saint's 5 elements world enveloped all the space around Lin Xian. If they went forward, they would probably be attacked. Therefore, they retreated to the side to watch. Facing the thousands of golden spears, Lin Xian waved his sword and destroyed all the spears with the power of 1,000 soldiers. Clang, 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 clang. Everyone's blood boiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the 5 elements world? It is just a space formed by a domain and an array. Let me break it for you. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, if one was not a sage, one would not dare to call their domain a world. This 5 elements saint was so arrogant that he dared to call his domain a 5 elements world. You are courting death. The 5 elements saint roared. How dare his opponent look down on him? In the next moment, the power of the 5 elements in the 5 elements world formed a 5-shaped spear in his hand. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, heaven and earth collapsed. The terrifying long spear shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It then charged towards Lin Xian in a ferocious manner. Lin Xian used the demigods and quickly dodged. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand again. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The 5 elements spear was cut in half, and the terrifying power of the 5 elements disappeared. What? It was cut in half. The surrounding people exclaimed. The people from the 5 elements palace were even more shocked. They didn't dare to believe that such a terrifying weapon had a power that was close to that of a priceless treasure. However, it was cut in half by his opponent's sword. This was too unbelievable. Is this your 5 elements world? It is so pitifully weak. Lin Xian sneered. The chaotic heaven destroyer sword and the 5 elements sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The 5 elements world trembled, as if it was about to collapse. It was too powerful. Everyone trembled. At this moment, the combat power that Lin Xian displayed was really terrifying. It filled all of them with despair. The 5 elements saint kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Several cracks appeared on his body. Finally, he stopped and roared at the sky. The power of the 5 elements in his body erupted. "Kid, you forced me to do this." He roared like a madman. Boom, boom, boom. In his 5 elements world, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. 5 figures appeared in the void. These 5 figures were overflowing with light and color. Their faces were exactly the same as the 5 elements saint. Clones! Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they had seen such a remarkable power before. However, it was usually divided into 2 or, at most, 3. Chapter 25:16. Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know my final trump card. A cold voice sounded from all directions. The 5 clones spoke at the same time. A terrifying, murderous intent pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian frowned. 5 clones? It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what? The other party couldn't even defeat him. Did he think he could overturn the situation with a few clones? What a joke. You're no match for me, and neither are your clones. Even if you have 50 clones, I can still destroy them, let alone 5. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shaking the 9 heavens. In the next moment, a dragon's roar and a sword's cry sounded in his body. Countless violent sword chi slashed forward like a mountain. Raging waves. The cold voice reverberated in the air. The 5 clones in the sky shouted together, and their palms formed the same seal. Then, they suddenly opened their mouths. The seawater in the sky surged, and a blue light shrouded the entire sky. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In an instant, the boundless sea swept forward and completely surrounded the sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The void collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. The weaker ones were directly sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The stronger ones also felt their chests tighten, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. Oh no, this is not ordinary seawater. This is 1,000-layer heavy water. A drop of seawater was as heavy as Mount Tai. What? 1,000-layer heavy water? Was it the legendary water? Damn it, the 5-element saint is so terrifying. He has mastered 1,000-layer heavy water. Everyone was frightened and retreated crazily. Even the dark red divine dragon retreated to the side. The water was too terrifying. When it appeared, it was like 1,000 mountains crying out in unison. As expected, the seawater in the sky bent countless sword chi. Many of the sword chi were even broken in the middle. Did you see that, brat? With my trump card, you're no match for me at all. The 5 clones on the opposite side sneered, and a terrifying, murderous aura erupted from their eyes. Indeed, Lin Xian also suffered the same attack. He felt that the blood chi in his body was about to solidify, and his body was about to be crushed into a bloody mist. 1,000-layer heavy water? As expected, he had some trump cards. However, it was still not enough. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit erupted once more. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The 1,001 heavy water around him was completely wiped out by the sword light. Whoosh! Lin Xian stepped into the air, and with each step, a dragon image appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying roars rang out, blasting apart the seawater in the sky. Sky shattering. A beam of sword light flew out and exploded in the sky, splitting into pieces. Heaven and earth shattered. The 1001 heavy water was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge black hole appeared. All the seawater in the sky flowed into the black hole. You want to devour my 1001 heavy water? What a joke! In the distance, the 5 elements saints sneered. The 5 figures formed hand seals again, and the black hole collapsed. The 1,000-pound heavy water flowed out once more. They turned into dozens of water dragons and roared in the sky, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. As expected of the 1001 heavy water, it was indeed terrifying. If even the black hole could not swallow them, then there was probably nothing that could withstand their weight. All the experts in the surroundings exclaimed. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and 10,000 thunder sacred ground revealed a cruel smile. The people from the 5 elements palace looked even more ferocious. You want to compete with our saint? You're still far from it. You can't devour them? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect sky shattering to be unable to devour these things. However, so what if he could not devour them? Then he would completely destroy them. His great dragon sword spirit was not to be trifled with. Boom! Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the aura of the dragon sword gushed out. Suddenly, the 1001 heavy water that was close to him let out a sizzling sound, then turned into water vapor and drifted into the sky. More and more of the 1001 heavy water was destroyed, turning into water vapor that shrouded the surroundings. In the end, the dozens of water dragons were completely destroyed and did not exist anymore. You want to hurt me with a mere 1001 heavy water? What a joke! What other tricks do you have? Show me, or you won't have a chance. Lin Xian held his sword and strode forward. What? He actually destroyed the 1001 heavy water? Moreover, he did it so easily? Heavens, who the hell is this kid? Why is his sword light so sharp? He can actually destroy the 1001 heavy water? Everyone was stunned. The 1001 heavy water could not be destroyed at all. Even the black hole could not devour it. However, Lin Xian destroyed all the water with just a few swings of his sword. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it. Damn it! The 5 elements saint's face turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to destroy his 1001 heavy water so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. However, he soon became ferocious. His trump card was not just the 1001 heavy water, blazing red lotus, North Pole Earth. The 5 clones formed seals again, and the attributes on their bodies changed into the fire and earth attributes. The power of fire and earth surged out, and between heaven and earth, flames burned, forming countless lotus flowers that danced in the fire. The mountains crushed the rift as they charged toward Qin, Nan once again. They completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the dragon sword realm and transformed into a true dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out seawater. The dragon swayed its tail and knocked away the surrounding mountains. Buzz! Thousands of sword chi burst out from the dragon's body and slashed in all directions. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the sun was about to be destroyed. The power of fire and earth were destroyed again. The sky was filled with terrifying sword light. The frenzy of energy terrified everyone. They had completely retreated from the main hall and hid in the surrounding passageways. There was nothing they could do. The energy was too terrifying. Let me show you what the true power of the 5 elements is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He floated in the void like a god fiend. Whoosh! He waved his sword and simulated everything in his body. Around him, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. Then the 5 elements began to evolve under the effect of the great dragon sword soul. Boom! Black flames danced and turned into black suns one after another, filling the sky palace. There were thousands of them densely packed together. Each of them contained terrifying power that would make the eyelids of peerless almighties twitch. Now that thousands of them appeared together, probably nothing could resist. 10,000 suns burning the sky. Lin Xian waved his sword, and thousands of black suns smashed forward like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 elements saint felt as if he was struck by lightning. His 5 elements world shook, and countless cracks began to appear. The 5 clones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, be destroyed for me. The 5 elements saint roared crazily and attacked with 1,001 heavy water again to resist. But at this moment, Lin Xian's second attack came. The power of metal flashed quickly and formed many golden swords in the sky. 108,000 golden swords filled with killing aura filled the sky. Chapter 25:17. Metal slaying, shaking the heavens. 108,000 swords descended together with Lin Xian's wave. The 5 elements saint spat out blood and flew backward again. More cracks appeared on his 5 elements world. The 108,000 swords pierced through his 5 elements world, and the 5 elements power inside was quickly destroyed. The 5 clones were also covered in cracks. 2 of the clones exploded with a loud bang. The 5 elements saint was severely injured, and his face was filled with madness. 10,000 would descends. The 5 elements saint roared crazily, and the power of wood flashed. Bang! Countless forests appeared around Lin Xian, covering the entire sky. Those trees began to absorb Lin Xian's power, trying to suck him dry. Humph! Let me show you what the true power of wood is. Lin Xian's sword flashed, and he destroyed all the primeval forests. He pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly tree, heaven and earth trembled, and the void above cracked open. A green tree fell from the sky. This green tree was too terrifying. It was surrounded by green light and covered with mysterious patterns. It was like a heavenly tree, and it completely suppressed the 5 elements saint. Puff! The 5 elements saint spat out blood, and his 5 elements world shattered again. The surrounding people were stunned. What is this? How can this kid have such a terrifying superpower? They were stunned because they had never seen the great dragon sword soul's imitation superpower. They were horrified. The 5 elements saint could not believe it. He looked at the heavenly tree that fell from the sky, and his face was filled with shock. Impossible! How can his 5 elements power possibly be more powerful than mine? I don't believe it. Half of his body was smashed by the heavenly tree. Not only that, the heavenly tree took root in his 5 elements world, and it quickly absorbed his power, causing his 5 elements world to shatter. The 5 clones were destroyed at the same time. Not good. Saint. The people from the 5 elements palace could not hold it in anymore. Although the 5 elements saint had said that he wanted to fight one-on-one, the situation was very dangerous now. If they fought one-on-one, their saint would be killed. They could not bear the consequences. Therefore, the people from the 5 elements palace rushed forward like crazy. Damn brat. Go to hell. These people unleashed terrifying attacks towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they attacked the heavenly tree. Whoosh! Lin Xian shifted his position and dodged in an instant. However, the heaven-reaching divine Wood was able to withstand the attacks that filled the sky and began to emit rumbling sounds. It was covered with countless cracks, but for a moment, it did not shatter. That was because if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that those cyan streams of light were actually tiny sword auras. At that moment, those sword auras were extremely sharp. Damn it! These people went crazy and attacked again. Finally, the heavenly reaching divine wood was shattered. The sky-reaching divine tree collapsed, shattering the void. The entire ancient tomb seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The holy sun! These people exclaimed and rushed forward, wanting to rescue their holy son. Without the suppression of the sky-piercing sacred tree, the five-element saint retreated quickly. But in the next moment he screamed. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian was once again charging towards him. Damn brat! How dare you! The people of the five-element palace were furious. Lin Xian actually dared to kill their holy son. How despicable! Lin Xian sneered. What? You think you can kill me? Can I kill you? His body emitted a piercing light as he unleashed his 4 killer moves, shattering the void. The five-element sword formed a five-element formation around him. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 killer moves sent many people of the five-element palace flying. The five-element sword formation was surrounded by sword auras and murderous intent. Many people were blocked. The five-element saint was also affected and kept retreating. Lin Xian could not escape. Lin Xian held his sword and charged forward. The elder of the five-element palace roared, "You're courting death." They unleashed the power of the five elements. Mountains crisscrossed in the sky. Flames and seawater filled the sky, making splashing sounds. The entire sky was completely shattered, but all of this was split apart by the sword. Boom! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the sun and moon in his hand spun, sending an elder of the five-element palace flying. Lin Xian threw out another punch. The black dragon roared and sent another elder flying. There were not many experts around the five-element saint. The elders of the five-element palace screamed crazily. Friends of the nine heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground, attack together and kill this kid. Attack. Hearing the cry for help, the people of the nine heavens sacred ground roared. The people of the myriad thunder sacred ground also rushed out. Although they could not use the Immortal Palace's trump card, the other party also did not have the sage's hand bone. With so many of them, they could definitely kill the other party. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Have a taste of my array. The dark red dragon also roared. At this moment, he did not hold back. He opened his mouth and spat out killing array after killing array. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cultivators retreated crazily. They did not dare to stay any longer and could only watch from afar with their souls. The experts of the Great Sage Kingdom were moving with earth-shattering movements. They wanted to destroy the entire ancient tomb. Lin Xian and the Crimson Mystical Dragon felt a strong impact. Damn it, there were too many of them. The dark red dragon roared angrily. A crazy light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he tore a corner of the sage's hand bone. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Boom! The Immortal Palace was blasted away. The five elements mountain was overturned, and the sea of lightning was torn apart. The terrifying aura of a sage swept out in all directions. The cultivators of the Great Sage Kingdom were sent flying while vomiting blood. There were 2 elders of the sacred ground who did not dodge. They were instantly killed by the aura. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they no longer existed. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were also affected. The 2 of them were very fast and kept retreating. They did not suffer too much damage, but the aura in their bodies was tumbling. Damn it, this kid is crazy. The people in the passage were terrified. The experts of the Great Sage Kingdom were roaring crazily. This was the result of both sides suffering. The other party dared to do such a thing. Could it be that he did not want to live anymore? they could not understand. Among them, the elders of the nine heavens' sacred ground roared. Quickly activate the immortal light. Use your trump card. Suppress the sage's hand bone. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. They were really afraid. If the other party went crazy and wanted to fight to the death, no one would be able to survive. In the distance, the immortal palace was fixed in the void, emitting thousands of rays of light. The mysterious door slowly opened. 3 rays of immortal light slashed out. It was like a sword from the gods, making people tremble. Once the immortal light appeared, even a peerless almighty would be killed in an instant. They collided with the sage's hand bone, and the result was directly shattered. It was so terrifying. The experts of the nine heavens' sacred ground felt their scalps go numb. Just a strand of aura was enough to shatter their trump card. This was simply too shocking. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground did not dare to be careless. They also activated their trump cards. Among them, the 5 Elements Mountain flew over again. This time, 5 runes appeared on it, emitting supreme power. Chapter 25:18. Sure enough, in an instant, everyone in the hall seemed to be frozen. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground cried out in horror. Fellow cultivator, help us break the seal. The 5 Elements Palace elder waved his staff and broke the seal on these people. These people frantically retreated. The people in the passageway were filled with terror. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's pupils shrank. They felt that their bodies were imprisoned by the void, and they could not move at all. They could only watch as the terrifying attack came toward them. Look, those 2 are frozen. The martial artists in the passage were shocked when they saw this. That was for sure. Once the 5 element seal was activated, it would seal the heavens and earth. Nothing could escape. Didn't they see that the other 2 talents from the great sage land were also sealed? If the 5 Elements Palace had not unsealed them, they probably would not have been able to escape. What? It's so terrifying. Those people trembled. Indeed, they felt a sealing power revolving around them. Furthermore, this was because they were very far away from the sealing power. One could only imagine what kind of suppression Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had suffered. Ha ha! When the elders of the 5 Elements Palace saw this scene, they all laughed loudly. See, this is the power of the 5 Elements Palace's Dharma treasure. The 5 Elements Saint also heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, the other party had caused him to suffer such heavy injuries. He swore that he would cut the other party into pieces. He would not let the other party die so easily. He would torture the other party well. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground also surrounded them. They all laughed maliciously. Among them, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground looked even more ferocious. Fellow cultivator, can you let us deal with this kid? They were too angry because the other party might have killed their saint. If they did not capture the other party, they would not be able to explain it to their sacred ground. First, cripple their cultivation and break their limbs. They will not be able to escape. The people from the myriad thunder sacred ground said viciously, "Yes, I want to see his body and soul destroyed with my own eyes." The 5 Elements Saint's killing intent sword, murderous auras and malicious voices echoed between the heavens and earth. The people in the passage were shocked when they heard this. Heavens, it's over. These 2 are probably not going to survive. That was for sure. Although he was strong, he was still no match for the 3 great sage. What a pity. Such a genius could very well become a great emperor in the future. So what? A genius who couldn't grow up was nothing. Sighs could be heard one after another. These people were all sighing for Lin Xian. However, the people from the three great sage lands were laughing coldly. The elders of the nine heavens holy ground and five elements palace could no longer hold themselves back and rushed forward. The two of them instantly arrived near Lin Xian and Crimson Shenong, wanting to destroy their cultivation bases. Then they cut off their limbs. Humph! Upon seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Looking at the elder of the nine heavens holy ground, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Golden runes shone in the sky. Although he couldn't move at the moment, his eye technique wasn't affected. As expected, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed in pain as his body twisted. He retreated like a madman. A piece of the black necklace on his neck broke into pieces. This was the artifact that protected his soul. Under the effect of soul ignition, it broke into pieces. Ah, the elder of the nine heavens holy ground screamed in agony. His soul was severely injured, and he screamed in agony. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. They didn't expect that even though the other party was immobilized, he could still injure an almighty with just a look. Such a move was heaven-defying. Damn it, this kid's soul power is still there. Hurry up and defend. The people of the nine heavens holy ground roared in anger. They took out all the soul defense artifacts they could use to protect their souls. The people of five elements palace and nine heavens holy ground did the same. Whoosh! Among them, the elder of five elements palace had already arrived in front of the Crimson Shenong. He revealed a sinister smile. This was because the Crimson Shenong didn't have the same eye technique as Lin Xian. Wah! The Crimson Shenong indeed didn't have any eye technique. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flame. This dragon flame contained a trace of dragon blood. It directly enveloped half of the five elements palace elder's body. The elder screamed in pain as half of his body melted. He flew back while screaming in pain. Damn it! What kind of move is this? It's a flame. He actually has such a strange flame. Once he killed this snake, he would definitely take out his inner core. Angry roars could be heard. The people of five elements palace stared at the Crimson Shenong. The people of nine heavens holy ground stared at Lin Xian. Kill. They charged forward once again. They had immobilized the other party and were injured. This made them feel ashamed. This could be said to be a great humiliation. They had to kill the other party alone. Humph! The five elements saint snorted. This time, he was going to do it himself. Although he was severely injured, the five elements palace had many treasures to help him suppress his injuries. His damaged body had also recovered. However, his face was still pale. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll pay you back 10,000 times. No, 100,000 times for the injuries you suffered. He once again formed a five elements world and circled behind Lin Xian before beginning his attack. He was afraid of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Five elements saint, I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. I've been immobilized, but you don't dare to attack me directly? Ha ha! Merciless laughter rang out, and the people of five elements palace cried out. The five elements saint was so angry that he vomited blood. The people around him were terrified. Yes, Lin Xian was already in such a state. Other than his eye technique, there was nothing else he could do. Such a person was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, the five elements saint didn't even dare to attack him directly. He only sneaked behind Lin Xian. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. It seemed that the five elements saint was completely afraid of Lin Xian. The people of five elements palace roared. So what? As long as we kill you, our saint is still invincible. Invincible? How could a piece of trash like him be called invincible? Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter what, you're going to die today. The five elements saint's cold voice came from behind, a terrifying killing intent mixed with the five elements realm pressed down. This time, the five elements saint didn't hold back. Buzz, buzz. Lin Xian couldn't move, and he didn't use his eye technique. Countless sword chi burst out from his body, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. Boom, 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 boom. The sky full of sword chi blasted on the five elements realm, making earth-shattering collisions. Heaven and earth trembled again, and countless cracks appeared. What? He can still attack. Chapter 25:19. The people from the nine heavens' sacred ground and myriad thunder's sacred ground were shocked. The people from the five elements palace were even more shocked. That's not right. The great five elements seal can seal not only the body but also one's strength. How did he manage to attack? These people have gone crazy. The five elements saint was even more shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to release sword chi. No matter what, his opponent could not escape now. The five elements sword saint frantically activated his five elements force. On the other side, the people from the nine heavens sacred ground and myriad thunder sacred ground charged at Lin Fan again. They unleashed their most powerful super skills, wanting to cripple Lin Xian together. As long as they crippled this kid, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. At that time, he would be at their mercy. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. The elders from the five elements palace sneered. The people from the nine heavens sacred ground looked even more ferocious. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saint. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? There are plenty of people who can kill you. The people from the myriad thunder sacred ground said coldly. The great sage emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is dead. When the crowd saw this scene, they sighed. The dark red divine dragon also roared angrily. He let out a series of dragon roars as his body tried to break free. However, it could not do so for the time being. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger, and his eyes shone with a cold light. What? You want to kill me with just the great five-element seal? You're still far from it. Lin Fan's aura exploded as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Rays of sword chi appeared on his body. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared on his body and kept circling. The surrounding sword chi became more and more piercing, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Damn it! Attack. Don't give him a chance to resist. The five elements saint roared. He felt that something was wrong with his opponent. He had experienced his opponent's sword chi many times. The sharpness of his opponent's sword chi made him feel despair. Therefore, he would not give his opponent a chance. Ka. Roar. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian and the great dragon sword spirit. The power unleashed by the number one offensive saint art in the world was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword rang out. Between heaven and earth, the dragon sword shadow slashed in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void, with Lin Xian as the center, spreading in all directions. Boom. The space he was in completely collapsed, and black holes appeared one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl. His figure flashed, and he instantly escaped from the black hole. What? He had escaped. How could this be? Damn it. Hurry up and kill him. Angry shouts rang out one after another. The people of the three great sage lands were all stunned. The warriors in the surrounding passageways were even more shocked. Roar. The dark red divine dragon also let out a dragon roar. Its huge body shook the void as it escaped from inside. Damn it, You actually dare to trap me. I'll cook you all and eat you later. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon's body expanded, turning into a true peerless demon king. The dragon blood in his body surged. With a swing of his dragon tail, it directly shattered the void. It was like 100,000 mountains pressing down. The people of the 3 great sage lands vomited blood. Kill. Lin Xian also let out a roar. The great dragon sword spirit continued to rise, and the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung out. Spurt, an elder of the myriad thunder sacred ground, was sent flying. The thunder cane in his hand was split into 3 parts. His body was also split into 3 parts, floating in the sky. A miserable voice rang out. That elder was screaming nonstop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swept out in all directions. Not good. Damn it. Counterattack. The 5 elements, Saint, Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground roared crazily. They realized that the other party's combat strength had increased again. Damn it, could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? How could it be? Is he trying to run? Seeing the 5 elements saint continuously retreating, Lin Xian sneered. The azure dragon hand stretched out, turning into a coiling dragon picture, and enveloped the other party. Scram! The 5 elements saint roared, and struck out his 5 elements world to fight against the coiling dragon picture. The 2 forces collided in the sky, creating a tsunami-like energy wave. The coiling dragon picture was blocked, and the 5 elements saint was also forced back. Whoosh! A dragon shadow appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was near the 5 elements saint. You felt good when you sneak attacked me, right? Now, have a taste of my attack. The 4th seal on his ancient dragon abyss sword was undone, and an unbelievable sword chi burst out. No, the 5 elements saint screamed and instantly summoned his 5 clones to resist. However, this sword was truly too terrifying. His 5 clones were destroyed in an instant. His main body was also sent flying, vomiting blood. The 5 elements world was split into 2 by the sword. Another sword slashed out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were scared out of their wits by this sword chi. The 5 elements saint screamed again and again. This time, one of his arms had been chopped off. He wanted to escape, but at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of cold golden eyes appeared in the sky. The 5 elements saint screamed, and his soul seemed to be ignited. He rolled in the sky, and his speed of escape slowed down. Sky-piercing sword. The dragon sword shadow appeared on Lin Xian's body, enveloping him. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the 4 seals were undone. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and flew out. Whoosh! Poof! All the light between heaven and earth dimmed, and there was only a sword light in the sky. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking. They turned their heads and stared blankly at the scene. With a splashing sound, blood splattered. No, the people from the 5 elements palace screamed, and the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground gasped. This was because the 5 element saint's head had been chopped off, and his corpse fell to the ground. However, the 5 element saint was not dead. His head screamed and turned into a stream of light, trying to break through the void and escape. How could he escape? Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, sealing the entire space. In the next moment, he grabbed the 5 elements saint's head and brought it to his side. Then he activated soul ignition and completely burned his soul into ashes. Whoosh! Lin Xian held the 5 elements saint's head with one hand and the ancient sword in the other, sweeping it in all directions. Who else? If you want to die, come here. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the great sage land were stunned in the air, and the people in the passageway were all trembling. Fear, infinite fear, spread throughout their bodies. That was the five elements saint, the top genius of the younger generation. The future master of the five elements sacred ground had been killed here. Was this kid still human? Demon King. He was definitely a demon king. In the future, they must not provoke him. Those people swallowed their saliva. The people from the great sage land regained their senses, and they roared crazily. Chapter 25:20. Dead. Their holy son had been killed in front of everyone. His head was even in the other party's hand. This made them want to die. How were they going to explain it to the sacred ground when they returned? Kill him. You must kill him. The people of the five elements palace roared crazily. At this moment, they had lost their minds. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura, as if they had turned into demons. The people of the nine heavens sacred ground were also roaring. They didn't expect that apart from their holy son, even the five elements' holy son had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering earthquake. Although the people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were frightened, they were relieved. Fortunately, their holy son had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, at this moment, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were secretly delighted. But soon, these people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were stunned and even frightened. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because in a passage next to them, a figure streaked across the void like a bolt of thunder and quickly arrived at the main hall. The 10,000 thunder holy son. This figure was the 10,000 thunder holy son. Previously, he had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand, but he had finally returned. As soon as he appeared, the 10,000 thunder holy son released a sea of lightning that filled the entire sky. He roared coldly, "Damn brat, come and die!" He was really mad. Before he could make a move, he had been teleported away. Moreover, the teleportation distance was very far. He had spent a lot of effort to rush back here. Therefore, he swore that he would join hands with the five elements' holy son. He would torture him to death. But soon, he was stunned, because he realized that no one responded. The entire main hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. The elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were even more furious. The people in the passage also swallowed their saliva. The 10,000 thunder holy son had come at this time. Wasn't he walking into a trap and dying in vain? Sure enough, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground roared crazily. "Holy son, leave. Leave this place quickly." They were about to go crazy. Previously, they had been secretly delighted that their holy son was not here and could avoid a calamity. However, they did not expect that just as they finished speaking, their saint would charge over from afar. They had to quickly remind the chosen to leave. Otherwise, who knew what crazy things this kid would do? Leave quickly? What did he mean? The 10,000 thunder saint's son was stunned. He frowned. Why did these elders want him to escape? What did she mean by that? She didn't look up to him? He snorted coldly and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thought, "Damn brat, I will definitely." Before he could finish, he was stunned. He realized that Lin Xian was holding a head in his left hand. That head belonged to the five elements saint. Damn it, what happened? The 10,000 thunder saint shuddered, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The five elements saint's head was held in the other party's hand, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Could it be that the five elements saint was killed? Holy Sun, leave now! Seeing the 10,000 Thunder Sage in a daze, the 10,000 Thunder Sage's elders roared again. At the same time, they rushed up crazily to protect the 10,000 Thunder Sage. The five elements saint had been killed by this kid. Holy Sun, leave now! The elders roared again. What? He was really killed. The 10,000 Thunder Sage's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank. How could this be? The five elements saint was a genius like him. How could anyone kill him? Even if other saints wanted to kill them, it would be very difficult. After all, they were all of the same level and had many trump cards. Unless it was an invincible challenger or a peak 8-star. A late-stage 8-star powerhouse could defeat a saint, but it was impossible to kill him. Therefore, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not believe it at all. Although Jiu Xiao Seiko was killed before, they did not think that it was Lin Xian who did it. They knew how difficult it was to kill a saint. They said that Lin Xian was the murderer to find an excuse to kill him. But now, the five elements saint was killed by him. This made him suspect that the 9th firmament saint might have been killed by the other party as well. Thinking of this, a trace of horror appeared in the 10,000 Thunder Sage's eyes. He did not dare to stay any longer and turned to escape. Brat, you just wait and see what happens this time. It won't end like this. Let's go. Of course, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not want to admit that he had escaped, so he left a few words and left with his men. At least, he would not lose too much face. Want to leave? I think you'd better go to hell and accompany the five elements saint. That way, you too won't be lonely on the road to hell. Lin Xian was full of killing intent as he charged over again. Damn it! How dare you attack our saint? The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roared. Crazily, Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the five elements saint's head out. With a bang, it was blown up by the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. Damn it! When the people of the Five Elements Palace saw this, their eyes turned red. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. At the same time, they stared at the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground hurriedly said, "Brothers of the Five Elements Palace, this has nothing to do with us. The Five Elements saint was killed by this kid. We should join forces to take him down." Take me down? Humph! You guys are already trying to escape. Do you want to drag the Five Elements Palace down with you? Lin Xian began to sow discord. Sure enough, the people of the Five Elements Palace looked unfriendly. They stared at the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground with cold eyes. The people of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground also walked out. The 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground obviously wanted to retreat now because their saint had not been killed. However, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were different. Their saint had been killed by the other party, but they still wanted to fight to the death. Do you want to leave? 10,000 Thunder Sage? The people of the Five Elements Palace gritted their teeth. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground braced himself and said, "You guys have seen it. This kid's strength is too terrifying. I think it's better for us to leave for the time being and think about it. Otherwise, more people will die." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Five Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground turned black. What a joke! How could they stop at this time? The murderous intent on their bodies became stronger and stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the 10,000 Thunder Sage and said, "I told you, you can't escape." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "Get lost!" The 10,000 Thunder Sage roared, and the elders were scared out of their wits. Bang! The 10,000 Thunder Sage's lightning palm was split open by the sword. Chapter 25-21. Damn it! How could his sword chi be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saint's expression changed in an instant. He did not dare to fight back. After all, his opponent had killed the 5 Elements Saint. He was afraid that his opponent's strength had surpassed his. Boom! The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared, and the lightning in the sky intertwined, forming a sea of lightning. He turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 108,000 golden swords quickly intertwined and cut off the 10,000 Thunder Saints' escape route. At the same time, the sky-reaching divine would descended from the sky, trying to suppress him. Boom! The divine wood was like a giant pillar that reached the sky. It crushed the void, tore apart the sea of lightning, and blasted the 10,000 Thunder Saints' body. Buffed! The 10,000 Thunder Saint vomited blood and flew backward. All the bones in his body were broken. He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then, with a roar, lightning crackled all over his body, and all the broken bones were reborn again. Damn kid, don't go too far. The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared crazily. He was a saint after all. How dare his opponent treat him like this? That drove him crazy. What? You want the treatment of a saint? You want me to be respectful to you? Fine. Lin Xian sneered. Then I'll invite you to die. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. The biting cold sword light shrouded the void as he slashed forward. Thunder God Bracelet. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was also angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a Thunder God Bracelet. It was covered with terrifying runes. It was one of his trump cards called the Thunder God Bracelet. As soon as the Thunder God Bracelet appeared in the air, it whistled and crashed forward. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the sword light that filled the sky and erupted with an incomparably powerful power of thunder. The Thunder God Bracelet was a trump card. It was said that it was indestructible and could destroy everything. That brat surnamed Lin also walked the path of a firm and fierce cultivation method. Between the two of them, who would be the stronger one? The martial artists in the passage were discussing animatedly. They were somewhat expectant. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' confidence increased greatly after his successful attack. From the looks of it, the other party was only SOSO. Could it be that the other party had used the saint's hand bone to kill the 5 Element Saint? Although he hadn't seen it, he didn't believe that the other party could kill a holy son by relying on his own strength. In the next moment, he activated the lightning god's bracelet again and charged forward. Instantly, the surrounding sword chi was all sent flying. Ha ha! You're just SOL. Today, I will avenge the 5 Elements Saint. The 10,000 Lightning Saint son let out a long roar. Instead of running away, he attacked. The Holy Sun. These elders were worried about the 10,000 Thunder Saint son. They wanted to remind him to leave. However, Wan Lei-sheng still rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. Seeing the scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a strange smile. Great 5 Elements seal. A cold voice came out of his mouth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Great seal of 5 elements? What was this kid talking about? He also knows the 5 Elements Great Seal? Heavens, what kind of joke was this? The Great Seal of 5 Elements was the supreme secret technique of the 5 Elements Palace. Other than the 5 Elements Saint and a few of the elders, no one else could learn it. This kid is obviously not from the 5 Elements Palace. How could he know the Great Seal of 5 Elements? That's right. I think he's just trying to scare the 10,000 Lightning Saint son. Although that kid also knows the power of 5 elements, he can't use the great seal of 5 elements. However, these people were soon stunned. This was because they found that the lightning god's bracelet was fixed in midair. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lightning god's bracelet shone brightly, and countless lightning runes flashed on it. It was very terrifying. However, at this moment, it couldn't move at all. Not only that, but the 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's body was also stiff, as if he had been enchanted. What? He was really sealed. How could this be? These people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people of the 5 elements palace screamed. Whoosh! In front of him, a sword light slashed over and slashed the 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's body, sending him flying. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's armor was split open, and blood flowed out like a river, dyeing the void red. Poof! He kept retreating. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun roared crazily. He was finally frightened. It was too terrifying. His opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to fight anymore. Revenge for the 5 elements Saint Sun could go to hell. He just wanted to take back the thunder bracelet and leave quickly. Boom! The lightning god's bracelet trembled, and endless thunder burst out like a vast sea, piercing through the surrounding void. Whoosh! It directly broke all the seals and rushed out. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the lightning god's bracelet to break through the seal. He didn't expect the lightning god's bracelet to break through his seals so quickly. He had simulated the great seal of 5 elements through the great dragon sword soul. Although it wasn't the real great seal of 5 elements, the seal's effect was not weak at all. The lightning god's bracelet could escape. It seemed that its strength was indeed powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning god's bracelet on his head turned around and fled. It turned into a flash of light and tore open the void. Just as he was about to escape, a divine dragon's tail slapped over and smashed half of his body. He was sent flying again, vomiting blood. Who was it? The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun roared. He was about to go crazy. It was me. The dark red divine dragon sneered. Your magic treasure is not bad. Leave it for me. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up as he stared at the lightning god's bracelet. That was a good thing. The dark red divine dragon was very happy. Previously, he had snatched a Heaven Stage elementary treasure chi spear, and now he had his eyes on the lightning god's bracelet. The Heaven Stage treasure chi spear had the soul mark of a peerless almighty on it, but the dark red divine dragon had forcibly sealed it. After the battle, he would erase it bit by bit. At this moment, he grabbed a spear and stabbed it out. Between heaven and earth, thousands of spear lights shot forward like rainbows. Stinky Snake, get lost! The 10,000 lightning Saint Sun was furious. He waved the lightning god's bracelet to fight against it. An earth-shattering collision sounded, but at this time, on the other side, Lin Xian also waved his long sword. He slashed the lightning god's bracelet with his sword. The dark red divine dragon roared and waved his dragon claws, which kept enlarging. Like a red mountain, he enveloped the lightning god's bracelet. Ha ha! The lightning god's bracelet is mine. The dark red divine dragon laughed strangely. Seeing this scene, the 10,000 lightning Saint Sun's face changed. The elders of the 10,000 lightning Saint Sun roared. Damn it! They put down the lightning god's bracelet. They attacked like crazy, trying to take back the lightning god's bracelet. However, they were all destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. A sword slashed across the sky, cutting off the connection between these people and the lightning god's bracelet. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it to the side, wanting to take it back. However, at this time, his expression changed because a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from the lightning god's bracelet. Chapter 25-22. Inside the Thunder God bracelet, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted. Like a flood, it gushed out. Damn it! In an instant, the dark red divine dragon threw out the Thunder God bracelet. However, he was still affected. Bang! He was sent flying. A crack appeared on his dragon claw, and blood flowed out. Damn it! This emperor is in so much pain. The dark red divine dragon grimaced in pain and hurriedly drank all the dripping dragon blood back. His blood was very precious. He was unwilling to leave it for nothing and let others take advantage of him. Lin Xian was also surprised. He knew that the dark red divine dragon's body was strong. Even a heaven-grade artifact might not be able to blast it open. But now there was a crack. What exactly was that shocking killing intent? The killing intent of an invincible king. There was actually the killing intent of an invincible king in this Thunder God bracelet. The dark red divine dragon cried out, "Damn it, how dare you trick me?" What? The killing intent of an invincible king. No wonder. The people in the passage also understood. Indeed, they had seen the power of the dark red divine dragon before, but they did not expect this killing intent to be the killing intent of an invincible king. An invincible king was a terrifying existence that they looked up to. A single look could kill a peerless almighty. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The people of the Myriad Thunder Holy Land had gloomy faces, and the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun's face was even colder. Damn it, it actually failed to kill him. They were too surprised. As these people knew, the killing intent of an invincible king could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party did not die. It was only a crack in his claw. This kind of injury was nothing to people of their level. Kid, be careful. This Thunder God bracelet is too damn evil. The dragon blood on the dark red divine dragon surged, and the cracked claw recovered. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably solemn. He did not expect that there would be the killing intent of a king in the Thunder God bracelet. This was definitely something that could threaten his life. However, what puzzled him was that if there was such a terrifying killing weapon, why didn't the other party directly use it before? If that was the case, perhaps he would have suffered more serious injuries. Could it be that the killing intent of an invincible king could not be activated? He could only use it passively? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He felt more and more that it was possible. Moreover, he guessed that invincible kings wouldn't have too much killing intent. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would not have escaped. The elders of the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Humph! It's just a strand of the killing intent of an invincible king. You want to kill me? You guys are too naive. Lin Xian attacked again. What? This brat actually dared to resist the killing intent of an invincible king? Was he tired of living? Could it be that he still had some sort of trump card to rely on? The martial artists in the passageway discussed animatedly. As for the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land, their faces darkened. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Saint waved his hand and controlled the Thunder God bracelet to rush out. Brat, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will let you know the power of an invincible king's killing intent. Sure enough, a terrifying killing intent circulated between heaven and earth, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a great crisis. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming the shadow of a dragon sword that roared in the void. It resisted the killing intent of an invincible king. There was a loud rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and Lin Xian retreated with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the 10,000 Thunder Saint laughed wildly. "Did you see that, brat? An ignorant ant like you dares to compete with an invincible king? A wisp of killing intent can destroy you. What's there to be arrogant about? Even if you hurt me, it's the power of an invincible king, not your power. I really don't know where your arrogance comes from." Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. "It's just a wisp of killing intent, not the true body of an invincible king. Do you really think you can kill me? So, what if you are an invincible king? Next, I will let you have a taste of the pressure of a sage." Lin Xian tore another corner of the sage's seal. Boom! A force that swept across heaven and earth surged out, and the killing intent of an invincible king was swallowed up like a boat in a storm. Damn it! This scene made the people of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground roar crazily. The people of the 9 heavens sacred ground and 5 elements palace also retreated to resist the pressure of the sage. But fortunately, this time, Lin Xian only tore it for a short while before sealing it again. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The people of the 10,000 Thunder sacred ground had dark faces. The killing intent of an invincible king in their Thunder God bracelet had been obliterated. Even if there was a wisp left, it was very little and could not exert its power. Ha ha! What invincible king's killing intent? It's nothing in front of a sage. The dark red divine dragon sneered. "Keep acting tough. Come and kill me. Let's see if your invincible killing intent can still work." Lin Xian also brandished his sword and charged forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant sword and slashed down, crushing the void. It slashed on the Thunder God bracelet. With a boom, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. At the same time, the sharp sword light slashed toward Jiuxiao Seiko. Jiuxiao Seiko's face changed drastically. He knew the power of the opponent's sword chi. If even the Thunder God bracelet could not resist it, he was afraid that his body could not resist it. So, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the Thunder God bracelet to float above his head to resist. However, the power of the great dragon sword soul was beyond his imagination. If he still had the killing intent of an invincible king, he might be able to resist it. But now, the Thunder God bracelet alone was not enough to resist it. Sure enough, after 3 slashes, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. The 4th slash cut the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun in half. Sacred Sun, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground went crazy. They even burned their spiritual power and rushed forward crazily, trying to save the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun. Half of them rushed toward the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun, while the other half rushed toward Lin Xian. All kinds of secret techniques and magic treasures were thrown out without any regard for their lives. Lin Xian did not resist. His body shook, and he quickly retreated into the distance. This is great. After saving the Sacred Sun, the people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground breathed a sigh of relief. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000 Thunder Sacred Sun's broken body was reassembled. His face was pale and full of horror. Damn it! Run, run. He did not dare to stay here any longer. 6 or 7 elders gathered around him. and there were many disciples of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground around him, protecting him in the center. The group of people quickly retreated. Lin Xian did not chase after them. Instead, he sneered. Mysterious golden lines appeared in his eyes. Not good. It's a soul power attack. Sacred Son, quickly defend. Chapter 25-23. The elders of the Thousand Thunders sacred land shouted frantically. They covered the Thousand Thunders sacred sun with their soul defense magic treasures. The Thousand Thunders sacred sun even activated his magic treasure. The opponent's soul power was no weaker than the sword chi. In fact, it was even weirder. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's soul power attack wasn't aimed at the Thousand Thunders sacred sun. Instead, it was aimed at an elder next to the Thousand Thunders sacred sun. This elder was very close to the Thousand Thunders sacred sun, just to his left. Moreover, just now, this elder even gave his soul defense magic treasure to the Thousand Thunders sacred sun. It could be said that there was no defense at all. It had to be said that these elders were really dutiful. They would rather have their souls destroyed to protect the Thousand Thunders sacred sun. However, this also gave Lin Xian an opportunity. Lin Xian didn't use soul ignition. He used another magic power, divine guidance. It was a kind of controlling eye technique. In other words, it could temporarily control someone's soul, and thus that person. Lin Xian's current soul power was so powerful that it had surpassed that of a peerless almighty, coupled with the heavenly secret divine eyes. Although the opponent's elder was also a peerless almighty, he was still controlled in an instant. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and his body was out of control. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then he slashed at the Thousand Thunders sacred sun. He raised his hand, and the saber fell. The Thousand Thunders sacred sun was split in half, and blood spurted out wildly. What's going on? The Thousand Thunders sacred sun was split in half. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian had made his move again? No, who was it? It was the elder of the Thousand Thunders sacred land. The martial artists in the surrounding passageways went crazy. Not to mention them, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens sacred land were also stunned. Those of the Thousand Thunders sacred land were even crazier. Damn it, what are you doing? The people next to him hurriedly sent the elder flying with a palm strike. The elder's bones were broken, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably and flew out, smashing through the void. However, the pain also woke him up from the illusion. When he found out what he had done, he screamed like a madman. No, damn it, that wasn't my intention. I'm being controlled. However, the people from the 10,000 lightning holy land reacted as if they were facing a great enemy and refused to allow them to approach. On the other side, the 10,000 thunder saints screamed crazily. He didn't expect to be struck by his own people. This caused his injuries to worsen. Fortunately, although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. His body slowly healed. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Do you still want to recover? Go to hell and accompany the Five Elements Saint. No, the 10,000 Thunder Saint roared like crazy. Save me. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land went crazy. They wanted to save him. However, it was already too late. During the chaos just now, Lin Xian had reached the back of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun at an extreme speed. A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in his hand. With a slash, the great dragon sword spirit destroyed everything, directly destroying the opponent's mind and spirit. Boom! The 10,000 Thunder Saints' body, which had not yet recovered, exploded again and turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his bones were left. It turned into a rain of blood, sprinkling in all directions. His soul was also destroyed in the biting cold sword light. The great dragon sword spirit was unparalleled. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was killed. Heavens! Everyone went crazy. This was the third saint to die. Although the ancient tomb was dangerous before, no one at the level of a saint had died. But who would have thought that 3 holy sons would fall in succession? Moreover, they were not killed by the powerful array formation in the ancient tomb, but by a young master who killed them in a domineering manner. It's over. Earthquake. It was definitely a big earthquake. The 3 great sage would probably go crazy and hunt them down at all costs. Sure enough, the 10,000 Thunder Saints screamed crazily. They began to burn their spiritual power, and their murderous aura was monstrous. At this moment, they could kill gods and Buddhas. Not only the 10,000 Thunder Saint, but also the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At this moment, they also attacked at all costs. They sealed off all directions. They swore to kill the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Ruffian Dragon quickly came in. He raised his hand and summoned the Black Earth, and the 2 of them entered. At the same time, Lin Xian completely tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged out and flooded the entire space. Oh no, run. The people in the passage were so scared that their scalps went numb. They turned around and fled. In an instant, they were enveloped by the pressure of the saint. They turned into a large cloud of blood mist. Only some experts were able to escape. However, their bodies were also shattered. Only one of their heads remained intact and reassembled in the distance. Their faces were filled with horror. Run. These people did not dare to stay any longer, and they did not want to know how the battle was going. The pressure of the saint was too terrifying. Damn it, is that kid crazy? How can he resist this power? Does he want to die together with the saint? These people were terrified as they fled. In the main hall, the people of the 3 great sage screamed again and again. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to activate the saint's pressure. Previously, although they were terrified by the saint's hand bone, their lives were not threatened, because they knew that the other party did not dare to go all out. Otherwise, the other party would not have been able to survive. But now the other party had gone all out. Why? They could not understand. In an instant, many elders and geniuses were pierced by the saint's pressure. Their bodies split open in the sky and turned into blood mist. It was sad and beautiful, but it made people despair. Quickly recall our land tokens. The elders of the 3 great sage roared crazily. An immortal palace floated over, and the door opened, storing the remaining people inside. A purple thunderpool descended, and terrifying thunder and lightning enveloped the remaining elders of the myriad thunder holy land. In the sky, the 5 Elements flag rolled and shrouded the surviving people of the 5 Elements Palace. These 3 treasures were used to resist the saint's hand bone, so they could not use them. But now the saint's hand bone had completely erupted, and they could not resist it. They quickly used these 3 treasures to protect the remaining people and prevent them from being killed. The remaining people had all gone into hiding. In the space, there was only the pressure of the saint and the sea of blood that filled the sky. Although the people of the 3 great sage had used their super trump cards, only a small number of them survived. About 1/5 of them survived. The rest of them were all killed. Moreover, even if they hid in their trump cards, they still suffered a fierce impact. The three treasures kept retreating, swaying in the sky. On the other side, inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They looked outside through the light screen. Chapter 25-24. The dark red divine dragon sneered. You let these guys chase us. Now, you know what's good for you. But unfortunately, not all of them were killed. It's already very good to be able to do this. It's impossible to kill all of them. If we hadn't used the hand bone to block their 3 magic treasures, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to kill the 5 elements Saint Sun and the 1,000 Thunder Saint Sun. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The black earth kept swaying in the sky, also suffering a strong impact. However, this was a super spirit ship. Although the impact was fierce, it couldn't be broken at all. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon inside were not worried. They stopped in midair and quickly communicated with each other. Lin Xian frowned. I'm very curious. Who killed Jiu Xiao Seiko? You really didn't do it? The dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. That was strange. That guy had the immortal palace. It seemed that this immortal palace could withstand the pressure of a sage. However, Jiu Xiao Seiko was killed. What kind of method is this? Could it be that there are others who have a sage's magic treasure? Kid, be careful. The people who came in this time were all extremely terrifying people. There were even existences like the sage physique. Who knew if there were any mysterious people hiding here? For example, the Yi family and the Yaowang sacred ground both had imitations of extreme weapons. If the power was fully unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the pressure of a sage. Perhaps there was another reason. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What's the reason? The dark red divine dragon asked. A mole. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Remember when I used divine attraction to injure the 1,000 Thunder Saint Sun? They couldn't react at all. Even if the 1,000 Thunder Saint Sun was heavily protected, I still succeeded. Therefore, a mole is the most difficult to guard against. You're saying that someone from the 9 heavens sacred ground killed Jiu Xiao Seiko? The dark red divine dragon also gasped. Then what is he after? Jiu Xiao Seiko's death caused a huge commotion. Even if these people returned alive, they would be punished by the Holy Land. The Holy Land would definitely not let them off easily. What if Jiu Xiao Seiko's death was beneficial to that person? For example, he could become the new son of saint. You're saying that it was done by a successor candidate. The dark red dragon instantly understood. Indeed, the position of the Holy Sun was very coveted. However, the Holy Sun was usually very powerful and had a lot of support. It was impossible for others to plot against him. However, if a Holy Sun was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown, then it was a different story. If he could quietly get rid of the other saints, there was a possibility that the other saints would become the next generation of saints. Then he would have the chance to become the future master of the Holy Land. To everyone, this was another form of temptation. Even the inner members of the 9 heavens holy ground would do something like this. After all, the human heart was the most vicious. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let them fight each other. It would be best if they were torn apart. Lin Xian sneered. He prepared to take back the saint's hand bone and leave. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian cast a few seals and floated out of the black earth. He flew forward, wanting to seal it again. However, this time, he frowned. What was going on? The seal had failed. Lin Xian frowned. The dark red dragon was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Let me try. He waved his dragon claws and cast a few seals, but this time, it also failed. Damn, what was going on? Could it be that the seal couldn't work? Little Xian, how big of a seal did you tear? It wasn't too big. It should be the same as before, 3 seals. Previously, when Lin Xian fought against the battle tribe's Zhan Wuhan, he had torn this kind of seal. At that time, he had also successfully resealed the saint's hand bone. But now he realized that he couldn't reseal it. This was far too inconceivable. One had to realize that when he had fought against Zhan Wuhan, he had only been a 7-star king tier. Now he was already a mid-7-star king. His strength and cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. It could be said that it should be easier to reseal it. But now he realized that it wasn't like that at all. Oh no, something's wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Damn it, this ancient tomb is too strange. The dark red dragon was also scared. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb was definitely not simple. Now, the saint's hand bone was very likely because of this ancient tomb. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the saint's hand bone outside was broken again. Even more terrifying pressure swept across the area. This time, not only the entire hall, but the surrounding passageways and the distant space were all affected. Oh no! The black earth was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood boiled. In addition, the martial artists of the 3 great sage lands in the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Sea, and the 5 element flags were so scared that their scalps went numb. They couldn't care less anymore and quickly retreated. They turned into a stream of light and tore through the void. Lin Xian didn't leave. He stared at the saint's hand bone. Now he could leave safely. However, he still had to reseal the hand bone. So he stayed here. Ka, ka, ka. At this moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered, and black holes appeared one after another, spreading in all directions. Oh no! It's this situation again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's expressions changed. At this moment, not only them, but all the martial artists in the ancient tomb exclaimed. These people were scattered in all directions. Some were fighting for treasures, some were killing, and some were resisting the array formation. At that moment, without exception, cracks appeared in the space around them. This scene was extremely similar because not long ago, they found the heads of 99 invincible kings in the bronze cauldron. Then the void shattered, and they were teleported in all directions. Now, the same thing was happening. Damn it, what's happening? These people screamed crazily. Could it be that someone had found the heads of 99 invincible kings again? In the Yi family, Yi Wudao frowned. In the wavering light's sacred ground, the wavering light, holy sun's eyes flickered. The 108 godly demon halos around his body protected him. Could it be that there was something similar to the bronze cauldron and 99 heads in the ancient tomb? They weren't the only ones. Gu Santong, No Flower, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and all the other experts were stunned. In the next moment, they were swallowed by the black hole and couldn't resist at all. On Lin Xian's side, the black earth was also swallowed by the black hole. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and used his last chance to cast another set of seals and float out. He didn't know what happened next. The world spun, and the surroundings were dark. After an unknown period of time, there was finally light. This is? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon hurriedly looked outside. They saw that the outside was incomparably vast and boundless. What is that place? Chapter 2525. Is this another strange space? The dark red dragon was surprised. Lin Xian shook his head. No, look at the ground below. It's exactly the same as the floors of the palaces in the ancient tomb. It's filled with a desolate aura. Come to think of it, we should still be in the ancient tomb. I'm guessing that this should also be a large hall, but it's too spacious, and we can't see anything. Damn it, we've been teleported again. Could it be that the saint's hand bone triggered some mechanism in the ancient tomb? That's possible. Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon's mouth twitched. Little Xian, do you think the pressure emitted by the saint's hand bone triggered the saint's corpse? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Lin Xian was so scared that his scalp went numb. They could not even resist a wisp of the saint's pressure. If the ancient saint buried in the ancient tomb was resurrected or his corpse mutated, then all of them would be finished. Not to mention the clan of the ancients or the peerless sacred grounds. Even if they had the black earth, they would not be able to survive. The saint was too far away from them. One look from the saint could probably kill all of them. The dark red dragon was also shocked by its own thoughts. Impossible! Someone who has been dead for tens of thousands of years can't be resurrected. Suddenly, the dark red dragon exclaimed, Kid, the saint's hand bone is back. Sure enough, they discovered that on the floor of the black earth, there was a white hand bone quietly lying there. At this moment, the saint's hand bone was sealed again. Great! Seeing that, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone floated into his hand. It's indeed sealed. He was originally worried that they would be teleported away. What would happen to the saint's hand bone? Wouldn't they lose it? He did not expect it to come back on its own. This is very strange. Don't move around. Let's see where we are first. In the sky, spatial cracks appeared, and figures appeared one after another. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, the others were also teleported to the vast and boundless hall. More and more people appeared. As soon as they appeared, they also shone brightly and formed a protective barrier. Then they looked around in bewilderment. What was that? When they saw the black spirit boat floating in the sky, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a flash of light, the spirit boat disappeared. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon appeared in the void. It was that brat. These people were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. We were teleported here as well. Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't want to start a war for no reason. These people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had been teleported here, just like them. Damn it! What was going on? What happened? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know that it was caused by Lin Xian's saint's hand bone. Otherwise, these people would have gone up and fought Lin Xian to the death. Young Master Xing Tian was teleported over as well. He took a step forward and arrived beside Lin Xian. Other than him, Elder Li, Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others had rushed over from all directions. Older brother Xian, Murong Qingcheng was also there. Lin Xian, big brother, Shen Jingqiu, ran over cheering. Lin Xian hugged the two of them in his arms and asked with concern, Are the two of you hurt? Seeing this scene, the others were envious, jealous, and hateful. Fuck, having two lovers on each side was the pinnacle of life. That damn brat, how dare he show off his love on the spot? Someone go and kill him. The sound of teeth gnashing could be heard. Boom. They stopped talking because a golden figure was teleported out of the sky. This person was tall and had a golden body. He was exuding vitality like an ancient demon god. Yu Wudao, why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Heavens! Did this sacred physique get some heaven-defying opportunity and breakthrough? Everyone screamed in horror. The saints and saintesses were also facing a formidable enemy. Indeed, they felt that Yi Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't his full strength. It was just an aura that was occasionally emitted when he stood there casually. He had broken through. The four symbols saints clenched their fists. It was unbelievable that he had broken through a small realm in such a short time. The saintess of the illusion palace's eyes were also shining. As expected of a sacred physique, he had such a great opportunity. A prince of the Nine Li dynasty was also very envious. After Yi Wudao appeared, he stood in the void and looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian also responded, behind Leaf Daudenier. The other elders and experts of the Yi clan hurried over to join him. After him, the Alcade Saint also arrived, and the light on his body was even brighter. Why do I feel that the Alcade Saint's aura is even stronger than before? After the Alcade Saint appeared, he also looked around. The light on his body was so bright that no one could see his expression clearly. Only his eyes were like divine lamps. Powerful figures descended one after another. Among them, there was a handsome man in a green robe. He was spirited and handsome, like an immortal, the Taishan Saint of the Taishan Sacred Ground. As soon as he appeared, the light on his body quickly disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. Everyone glanced at him and did not pay attention to him, because his aura seemed to be slightly weaker than the Alcade Saint, and Yi Wudao. More and more people gathered. Among them, the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the Five Elements Palace, and the Thousand Thunders Sacred Ground had all arrived. However, these people did not know what had happened. Otherwise, they would not be so calm. Among them, among the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, a man's eyes were shining, and he looked very excited. When he looked up and saw Lin Xian in the sky, he immediately sneered. "Kid, let's see how you die later." He was a candidate of the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Previously, he had done something big. If this matter were to spread, he believed that it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Everyone would suspect that Lin Xian. In this way, not only did he benefit from it, but he also framed others. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Around them, where exactly was this place? The others were discussing it. Those elders also gathered together and began to discuss the matter quickly. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, the sky split open again, and three powerful auras came over. As soon as the auras appeared, the void collapsed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated crazily. Some of the martial artists who retreated too slowly were directly sent flying. "Damn it! Who is it? There's danger! Hurry up and defend!" Exclamations came one after another. Everyone was on guard, but when they saw the attackers, they were stunned. In the sky, three black holes appeared. An immortal palace floated, and a lightning pool spread out. A Five Elements flag swayed in the sky. The three artifacts appeared in the sky. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted casually sent those people flying. Heavens! So powerful! This was the trump card of the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Why did they use it? What happened to them? Chapter 25-26. The people from the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, and Five Elements Palace were also stunned. They quickly flew up to welcome them. "They're here." Below them, the saint from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground sneered. Whoosh! In the sky, the immortal palace opened, and 7 or 8 elders walked out. They were not staggering, but their faces were pale, and there was blood on their bodies. It was a shocking sight. What happened? The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, who came to welcome them, saw this scene, and their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad premonition. Could it be that they had encountered a killing array in the ancient tomb? The others were also puzzled. The people from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground became nervous. Even the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground Elder, who came out of the Immortal Palace, was injured. Then, would the people from the Lightning Pool and Five Elements Flag be affected as well? Sure enough, when the people from the Lightning Pool and Five Elements Palace walked out, they were also stunned, because these people's auras were weak and their eyes were red. Their killing intent was shocking, and their bodies were covered in a bloody light. What happened? They asked, and the others also watched with wide eyes. But in the next moment, they were stunned, because the three great sage sacred ground elders were crying together. They were crying like crazy. It was as if they were newborn children. Heavens, what's going on? Are these elders dazed? A peerless almighty expert was actually crying? These people couldn't believe their eyes. The three great sage sacred ground elders who came to welcome them were also stunned. What happened? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they thought. No. Where's the saint? Where's our saint? The people from the great sage sacred ground elders finally reacted. So many experts had come, and the others seemed to have arrived as well. Only the three great sage sacred ground elders were missing. Could it be that the holy son of their holy land was trapped by some kind of a ray formation? Our holy son has been killed. The people from the Five Elements Palace were the first to scream. What? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, and the Five Elements Palace's experts fainted on the ground. The others also cried out in surprise, not daring to believe their own ears. The Five Elements Saint was killed? Heavens, that's impossible. I don't believe it. What a joke. Who dared to attack the Five Elements Saint? Who could kill the Five Elements Saint? Everyone was talking about it. Among the crowd, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground's Holy Prince was dumbfounded. What's going on? He was stunned. He was waiting for news. He knew that Jiuxiao Seiko had been killed. If this news were to come out, it would definitely shock the world. However, the Five Elements Saint had actually been killed. Heavens, did he kill Jiuxiao Seiko? Why was the Five Elements Saint killed as well? What exactly happened? He didn't know. The other saints and saintesses also frowned. Yi Wudao, the all-Cade Holy Sun, and the Prince of the Grand Xia all had grave expressions on their faces. Murong Qingcheng and the others were also puzzled. Lin Xian coldly snorted. As expected, these people still came out alive. Our holy son has also been killed. We won't be able to answer to the Holy Land. The elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground screamed in agony. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the remaining two Holy Lands were also stunned when they heard the news. 3 of the great sages' holy sons had been killed. The countless experts, holy sons, and holy daughters in the hall were all dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, when they first heard that the Five Elements Saint had been killed, they didn't believe it. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although the Five Elements Saint was powerful, he was only average among all the saints. If there was a powerful saint with enough trump cards, it wasn't impossible to kill the Five Elements Saint. However, no one was willing to kill a saint and offend a holy land. Therefore, at first they suspected that it might be some itinerant cultivator or a lunatic like the twin kings of Middle Ground. However, when they heard that the Jiuxiao Seiko and the Myriad Thunder Saint had also been killed, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. What a joke. The death of a saint might be an accident. However, 3 saints had died at the same time. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? Their hearts beat wildly. After all, this was the ancient tomb of a saint. There were some things left behind that they couldn't resist at all. For example, if the 99 heads of invincible kings were released, not to mention 3 saints, even 30 saints wouldn't be able to resist it. These 3 people from the great sage were too unlucky. Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array at the same time? The others were discussing. The saint from the 9 heavens, Holy Land, also had a gloomy expression. What a coincidence. Well, it'll help me cover it up. However, that kid got lucky. He looked at Lin Xian. The saints and saintesses of the other holy lands had their eyes flickering. The 3 great sage experts hurriedly asked, "Damn it, what did you say? How could our saints have been killed? What's going on? What's going on? Tell us. Who killed our holy son? Could it be that it was really a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb?" It wasn't a peerless killing array. The 3 great sage elders went crazy. They looked around. Then they stared in one direction. These surviving elders roared and pointed forward. "It's him. It's that kid. He was the one who killed our holy son." What? It wasn't a killing array? It was killed by someone? Who was it? Was it really the twin kings of Zhongzhou? These people went crazy. They followed the finger of the 3 great sage elders and looked into the distance. Along the way, those martial artists instantly dodged in the direction pointed by the finger. Even the older generation and saints also dodged. Their scalps went numb. What kind of joke was this? They didn't kill any saints, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Therefore, in an instant, everyone fled faster than rabbits. However, there was a group of people who didn't dodge, and that was the people of Immortal Palace. Everyone looked in that direction. When they saw Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace experts, their scalps went numb. It wasn't the twin kings of Zhongzhou, but the people of Immortal Palace. Could it be that the Immortal Palace experts killed the 3 great sage sons? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how powerful the Immortal Palace experts were, they couldn't compete with the 3 great sage sons. After all, if the 3 great sage sons joined forces, even a clan of the ancients like the Yi family would have a headache, let alone Immortal Palace. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xian and the others. Among them, Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingcheng, and the others were also stunned. Peacock Hui Dao and the others were also confused. The Immortal Palace martial artists were even more stunned. Elderly, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu were stunned as well. Xing Tian shouted coldly, "Nonsense!" Elderly also stood out. "If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. But don't use such unnecessary excuses. We're not afraid of fighting with you." The other 2 elders stood out. They emitted powerful auras. The Immortal Palace martial artists behind them also had cold expressions. Chapter 25-27. Damn it, do you think we're afraid of you? Today, we'll kill all of you. The people from the great sage land had gone mad. Their killing intent overflowed into the sky like a vast ocean, making everyone's hair stand on end. What was going on? The surviving elders were so mad that they didn't hesitate to burn their life force and soul to attack. Could it be that this kid really did it? Saintess. Everyone retreated, seeing that a great battle was about to break out. The elders of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land cried out in alarm. Their saintess was still beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian let go of the 2 girls and said, "You 2 go back to your respective holy lands first." "Brother Xian," Murong Qingqing shouted. Shen Jingqiu was also puzzled. They realized that Lin Xian hadn't explained anything until now. This made them have a thought, but they didn't dare to be sure. Be obedient and go back. Lin Xian patted them on the back. Then, with a burst of energy, he pushed the 2 of them out. When the two of them returned to their respective sacred grounds, they still wanted to go back. However, they were held back by their respective elders. What a joke! Seeing the great sage land's desperate appearance, they didn't want their saintess to take any risks. Kid, today you will die without a doubt. No one in the heavens or earth can save you. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our saintess. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll suppress you in hell forever. You and these people from the immortal palace, I won't let any of you go. The cultivators of the great sage land surged with killing intent and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. The others frantically retreated, afraid of being implicated. However, No Flower, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others frowned. No Flower chanted Amitba. Brother Lin, do you need help? Yi Wudao took a step forward. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. His golden blood surged to the sky, making people want to kneel down. Seeing someone step forward, the cultivators of the great sage land frowned. The surviving elders, on the other hand, went crazy. Whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with together. They've really gone crazy. What? Are these people of the great sage land crazy? Are they going to start a war with the ancient families? Lin Xian finally spoke up when he noticed that the atmosphere was getting tense. That's right, I did kill the 5-element saint and the 10,000 thunder saint. What? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what is he saying? He's killed 2 saintesses. No way, this brat actually admitted it. How? How could he possibly have the strength to kill 2 saints? I don't. What's happening? Countless cries of alarm rang out, and even Leaf Dowdenier and No Flower were stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to admit to it. Previously, they had acted because they felt that the people from the 3 holy lands were being unreasonable. That was why they couldn't stand by and watch. But now the other party had admitted it. This made them feel like they had no justification. Humph! Lin Xian spoke again. However, I didn't kill Jiuxiao Seiko. I don't know who killed that unlucky guy. But if the people of the 9 heavens holy land want to put the blame on me, I don't mind. Anyway, killing 1 more or 1 less doesn't make a difference to me. No difference? Everyone's mouth twitched. You killed a saintess. Do you think you're cutting cabbage? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what had happened. How could the other party kill 3 of the great sage's sons in a row? The cultivators of the great sage land, who didn't know the truth, were furious when they heard this. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Damn kid, kneel down and accept your death. Kill him. You must kill him. Avenge our saintesses. Originally, they didn't believe that their saintesses had been killed. But now, it seemed that their 3 great sages' sons might really have been killed. Moreover, the murderer was the person in front of them. The elders of the 3 great sage land were so angry that they were trembling. Good, good, good. Kid, you've got guts. You actually dared to admit it. Since that's the case, kneel down and accept your death. Not only you, none of Immortal Palace's people will live. I want all of you to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Murderous intent filled the sky. The people of the 3 great sage land were like killing gods as they surrounded Lin Xian and everyone from Immortal Palace. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingcheng and Xinjingqiu were extremely nervous. The others also frowned. Of course, there were also many who sneered. They thought that Lin Xian and Immortal Palace were too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the saintesses. They deserved to die. Immortal Palace's side was also angry. The other party was so aggressive. So what if their palace master killed these saintesses? Did they really think that Immortal Palace was easy to bully? They did not think that Lin Xian would kill these people for no reason. Lin Xian must have his reasons for killing the three great sages' sons. They also knew that these three great sages' sons were not good people. They had targeted their palace master more than once or twice. Sure enough, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "I killed them because they deserve to die. If you're not convinced, just attack. I'll take it." Lin Xian was not afraid. At most, he would tear the saint's hand bone. He did not believe that these people could resist. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill. The elders of the 9 heavens holy land, 5 elements palace, and 1,000 thunder holy land roared. Countless figures charged over. Attack. Xing Tian and Elder Li's side also roared. The people from Immortal Palace all attacked. A great battle broke out. However, there were too many people from the 3 great sages' lands. It could be said that they were 3 times more than Lin Xian's side. Therefore, Lin Xian's side was at a disadvantage for a while. When the surrounding holy lands saw this scene, they began to discuss. This immortal palace was too reckless. 1 against 3. This was a sure death situation, unless they had some trump card. So what if they had a trump card? Did they think that the 3 great sages' lands were vegetarians? The strength of these holy lands was not too different. Moreover, the 3 great sages' combined strength was enough to make up for everything. Even the remote antiquities families did not dare to fight them easily. This time, Immortal Palace was dead for sure. Many people sneered. Sure enough, Immortal Palace's people were retreating. The eyes of the 3 great sages' people were red, like demons. Do you really think that you can fight against us? Do you really think that you can fight us? Do you really want to kill all of you? Murong Qingcheng and Shinjingqiu cried out when they saw this scene. They wanted to send people from their holy lands to help. However, they were stopped by their elders. Holy Maiden, you can't. This is not a child's play. Yes, this is not an ordinary battle. The death of the 3 great sages' holy sons could be said to have driven these people crazy. If they attacked now, they would definitely fight to the death with the 3 great sages' lands. Although Jade Lake and Purple Dawn Holy Land were powerful, they were not willing to offend the 3 great sages' lands for no reason. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. At the critical moment, we will take action and save Lin Xian. Chapter 25-28. Hearing this, Murong Qingcheng heaved a sigh of relief. Shinjingqiu also said, Granny Qian, you said it. You have to help later. On the other side, Yi Wudao, no flower, and the others also had flickering eyes. Although they also wanted to help, the current situation was too complicated. They did not dare to act rashly. However, they also decided that, at the critical moment, they would definitely help. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was prepared to take out the Black Earth and fire a few shots at them. He would kill a few peerless Almighties first. However, before he made a move, Elderly roared from the side. Competing in numbers? You are too inexperienced. Buzz. Elderly waved his sleeve, scattering out tens of thousands of rays of light. The surrounding people were surprised because they could see that the tens of thousands of rays of light were actually hundreds and thousands of beans. Each of them was like a golden bean, floating in the sky. What kind of divine ability was that? Or was it a magical treasure? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not know what the other party was doing. The people from the great sage land sneered in disdain. Just a mere bean, and they wanted to make them retreat? What a joke! They had to kill the other party until not a single one was left alive. However, soon they were stunned. In fact, their faces became extremely ugly. The crowd uttered cries of astonishment. Heavens! What kind of divine ability was that? Everyone was stupefied because the golden bean was trembling in the sky. Then They suddenly became bigger and turned into figures. Heaven and earth trembled rapidly, and the void cracked, unable to withstand the energy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of figures appeared in the sky. When these people appeared, they roared in the void, and the energy sound waves shook the blood of the people, causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. The eyes of the Holy Land Elders were like divine rainbows as they stared ahead. They sucked in a breath of cold air, because the figures that appeared in front of them were too strange. They had the upper body of a human, but their lower body was the tail of a snake. They held long sabers, spears, and pikes in their hands. Terrifying, killing intent swept in all directions. What was that? Puppet mechanism? The cultivators of Zhou dynasty were discussing this matter. The people from the great sage were also shocked. One of the young men laughed coldly. "You're just a mere puppet, and you want to fight us?" He was really courting death. He rushed forward, wanting to kill those puppets. He was a genius of the 9 firmaments, sacred emperor. No matter how strong the puppet was, how could it be compared to them? Kill. With a furious roar, light filled the sky and turned into a silver arc that slashed forward. The void was sliced in half in an instant. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Clang. Among them, a figure with a human body and a snake tail stabbed out with a spear. Bang! It collided with the silver light and made a clanging sound. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked as thunder rumbled. The silver light was shattered, and the bronze spear pierced through the void, smashing into the body of the genius from the 9 heavens' holy ground. What? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Especially the people of 9 firmaments, Saint Emperor. They screamed like crazy. The faces of the others turned ugly. What kind of puppet was this? That was too terrifying. The one who attacked was a young genius. Although he was not as strong as a saint, he was still a powerful figure. However, he was unable to resist the opponent's spear. The level of these puppets was too terrifying. If there was such a puppet army, no one would be able to resist it. However, they had never heard of anyone who had such a terrifying puppet technique. No, damn it, impossible. The people of 9 firmaments, sacred emperor roared. At this moment, an elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. This was not a puppet technique. This was magic bean soldiers. What? Magic bean soldiers? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. A few elders who were like living fossils trembled in fear. Was casting beans to create soldiers the divine ability of the legends? It was rumored to be an immortal technique. How could these people know it? Immortal technique. Everyone trembled. Anything related to immortals was definitely the most mysterious and powerful. How could these people from the Immortal Palace have such a strange ability? Could it be that they were related to immortals? They did not know. Their faces were pale. Now they finally understood why the Immortal Palace dared to fight against the 3 great sage. With this magic bean soldiers, they could instantly gather thousands of experts. They could definitely fight against the 3 great sage. Damn it! The 3 great sage roared in anger. They were also stunned by the other party's move. For a moment, they did not attack. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. The people of the Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. They cheered and sneered. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not know that the Immortal Palace had such an ability. It seemed that the Immortal Palace was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He knew that although he was the palace master now, the Immortal Palace he had come into contact with was probably only the surface. The true core was probably still in the hands of the old palace master. As for the true strength and foundation of the Immortal Palace, he did not know how far it had reached. Perhaps other than Xia Juyo, no one else knew. So, are we still going to fight? The corners of his mouth curled up as he asked indifferently. The dark red divine dragon sneered again and again. The three great sage, "Are you that awesome? Come and attack together. Let's hurt each other." With this great ability and so many powerful puppets, they definitely did not fear the three great sage. Therefore, the immortal palace's side was full of confidence. In particular, the dark red divine dragon pointed at these people and cursed. Others were embarrassed to curse, but he could not care less. "Come, come, come. The three great sages' grandsons. Fight 300 rounds with this emperor. This emperor will definitely turn each and every one of you into golden roasted meat. That damn snake. You're courting death. Kill him. You must kill them." Humph. So what if they have great abilities? They're just high-level puppets. Do they really think they have immortal methods? That's right. How can puppets be compared to us? They were really provoked and went crazy. They attacked again. In an instant, the two sides fought. Boom, boom, boom. The three great sages people rushed up. When Elderly saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Boom. In front, thousands of human-shaped puppets held weapons and roared. They were wearing bronze armor. Runes lit up and flickered incomparably. They turned into a green wave and surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of thousands of top-notch puppets were incomparably powerful. They collided with the three great sages. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, not daring to be affected at all. Bang, bang, bang. The surging green wave was like a heavenly blade, slashing at the three great sages' people. Pooh! Those young warriors vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying with miserable screams. There was nothing they could do. The elders could resist, but their strength was not enough. They were sent flying in an instant. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.